Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? Snow everywhere. Yeah, it's a cold one right now. It's freaking freezing here. It was like 26 degrees this morning, which is like -2 centigrade, I think is the proper conversion on that. So it was pretty cold here. A little too cold for my taste, that's for sure. Yeah, freezing for a Texan, and it was quite literally freezing in the most literal sense of the word. It was a chilly one. Hot damn. It's 85 in Florida right now, you lucky bitch. Lucky bitch. Getting to not freeze their nuts off. I have a heater running in my room, it's so cold. Check the music at the right volume. There we go. That's acceptable. Yeah, it's cold, man. It's freezing. Yeah, the United States, or at least most of the United States, is getting hit with a pretty serious cold snap right now. Like in Montana, like if you're like Billings area, I've done work in Montana. It's like -40 degrees, which is insane. And minus 40 degrees, correct me if I'm wrong, pretty sure minus 40 is where Fahrenheit and Celsius line up. So it's like minus 40 in fucking Montana, which is crazy. That's Siberian temperatures. It's nuts. Yeah, minus 40. Pretty sure minus 40 is where Celsius and Fahrenheit line up. That's the one point where they're the same. Ask Soldier for the cold snap code. Could. I mean, I could use one right now. I mean, it's warm enough in my room where I don't need an extra layer, thankfully. I dare you to watch the What's Weapon Balance video. It's atrociously bad. I'll do it later. I'll do it later today. But I want to start by talking about the Source SDK stuff that happened yesterday. I think that's the more hot topic that people are wanting me to hear to talk about. So we'll do the What's video after that. That's what I wanted to do today. Was I want to watch the What's video because people say it's fucking awful. I'll be the official judge of that. I'll be the official judge. So in short, what happened? Let me pull this up here. Oh, camera, my angle's a little fucked up. Hold on, let me bring myself back down. Hello? There we go. Yeah, so in short, Valve essentially released the TF2 source code, more or less, open to the public, and now you can create mods legally. That's effectively what happened yesterday. And people are saying it's open source. Not really, it's not like fully open source, but it's basically open source. Not completely, but it's basically open source. Where now you can legally make mods for Team Fortress 2, and you can put them on Steam and play them on Steam, which is pretty cool. So now, whenever you want to play a mod for Team Fortress 2, you don't have to jump through a whole bunch of hoops in order to play them. Like if you want to play TF2 Classic, you want to play Open Fortress, you don't have to download a launcher, you don't have to do all these other, bits and bobs to get the game going. You can just do it through Steam, which is pretty neat. So that's cool. A couple things. Valve feet kissing on subreddit, they've learned nothing. Yeah, a lot of people are kind of praising Valve over this pretty hard. I mean, it is really cool, don't get me wrong. Like, please, for the love of God, don't get me wrong. This is really cool. I think it's a really neat thing that Valve has done. I'm not condemning this in any way. It is awesome. Official mod support for TF2 is a very cool thing. I can't wait to see what comes of it. But people really need to dial it down a little bit, because I'm seeing a lot of the similar stuff that would happen when they released VScript, When people released VScript, man, or when Valve put VScript out there, Oh man. People like got a little too crazy. And then ultimately what amounted from that is a versus Saxton Hill mode no one plays, a shitty zombie infection mode that barely works, and then a bunch of dead game modes on the workshop. This is effectively the same thing, where Valve's like, hey, you can do whatever you want with the game now with no limitations. But like, what's gonna come from this? Mods on Steam, which is cool, but like this means nothing for the vanilla game. Like this has no impact or implications for the normal game. At least I don't think so, because I strongly doubt that Valve is going to be cherry picking anything from these mods and putting them into the base game. I could be wrong on that, but I really don't think they're going to do that. They could, but I don't think they will, because Valve had also stated in the past that, at least when it came to community fixes, right? Like, people see this as a really strong avenue for community fixes. And, I mean, obviously now that anyone has access to this, they can, you know, do whatever the fuck they want with it. That's great. But when it came to community fixes, Valve very explicitly said that they're not going to be adding any community fixes that they themselves don't code. Right? Like, if they can't recreate the fix, then it's not going into the base game. So, anything Valve does to the base game is gonna, of course, be asking them to do more work. And Valve very clearly, no longer wants to do work on Team Fortress 2. Hence why they're saying, hey, here, do it yourself. So, yeah. That's how I'm interpreting this, really. Like, this is, to me... Right, there's mixed opinions on this, right? This is mixed opinions on this, but I'm chewing a mint. I interpret this as Valve effectively putting TF2 out to pasture. Like, this is, like, whenever games do this, whenever products do this, it's basically end of support. It's basically end of life. Like, this is it. TF2 is going out to pasture. It's living out its glory days as a toy for anybody to do whatever they want with. And that's kind of it. I mean, it's something, right? Like, a lot of people, including myself, have been asking for some form of closure for TF2. I mean, I guess this is it. It's better than nothing, so fine. I can accept that. Couple donations again. With the SDK out, the best thing would be a remaster for TF2, where it's the same but with Quickplay optimization, first-person view model changes, etc. No, I agree. So I think what would be really cool is, thing is, all of those things have already been done, right? So when it comes to optimizations and just making the game perform better, like, we already had Team Contras, right? Team Contras, which is being worked on by Mastercoms, that was basically already doing that, and it's a really cool thing, but what would ultimately happen is that it would just be a mod uploaded to the workshop. And then, what's the point of that if there's no official servers? It would have to be entirely community-run servers, and most people are going to be funneled through the normal game. So, it's going to be cool if someone does that, but it's not going to be incorporated to where the majority of people play. And to that effect, that's the same thing if someone remakes Quickplay. If someone remakes TF2, you know, functioning without a matchmaking system and all the old server settings, that's wonderful, but then it would just be a mod on the workshop without all of the players that the normal game has and without all of the official server support, so all of it would be pointless, right? So, it's cool, but none of these things are going to get put into the base game. You know? It's kind of funny that Valve sooner made TF2 open fortress than reverting casual. No, yeah, I think it is funny. And Richter, I mean, you know, you're more in tune with this than I am as to, you know, Valve's reasoning and what have you. And I mean, this again is like, and this is going to answer and address something else at the same time. Valve has been working on this for a very long time. Like, this is not in response to my video at all. And a lot of people have been like saying that in my YouTube comment section, have been messaging me about this. This isn't in response to my video at all. Very clearly, Valve has been working on this for years. I mean, since they issued those DMCAs against those mods, what, 4 or 5 years ago? They're probably trying to do this officially since then. So it's been like, what, 4 or 5 years? They probably started thinking about putting this out there, and they finally just now got around to doing it. So, is it a coincidence? Probably. It's probably a coincidence, but I don't believe in coincidences. I think there's a reasoning behind everything. And this is also gonna make me look like a conceited, self-righteous, self-important cock. But it is interesting that they timed it the way they did. Like, was it really finally ready yesterday? Like, why didn't they put it out last week? You know, the timing is interesting, but that again makes me feel and look more self-important than I actually am. Like, oh yeah, Valve actually pays attention to what I do, which is nonsense. They don't. The timing is interesting, but beyond that, none of this was done in response to my video, so whatever. A few more donations. So when will I finally get a Strange Dragon's Fury? Probably never. Someone can mod that, and they can track your stats, so, I mean, you can do it in a mod, but we're not gonna see official in-game support for those things. I mean, ultimately, it's a no-brainer, right? Putting more Stranges in the game is such a no-brainer, and it really can't be that much work, right? It can't be that much work to, you know, code in a Strange Dragon's Fury, a Strange Tide Turner, all of the other Stranges we don't have yet. It can't be that much work. It's literally free money. They don't have to give any of it away, except to the workshoppers that made those items, right? And that's like, what, 3 guys? They would get so much money if they just dumped those things into a case, right? So, why they haven't done that yet, I don't know. Maybe they feel pressured, where it's like, oh, it's too late, and if we did it now, people will get mad and say, oh, why didn't you do this years ago? Which is also probably why they haven't, like, made any serious attempts to fix the matchmaking system. Because, like, all the people that worked on matchmaking are probably gone now. Except Jill. Jill still works there. So you have Jill and Joshi are really the only 2 people looking at TF2 these days. And so any real attempts to, like, say, improve matchmaking or revert matchmaking, put back Quickplay, what have you, they don't want to do it because, again, they don't want to disrupt status quo. They don't want to piss people off. So many people are already used to the game the way it is, which is not an excuse. It's not. But that's probably their reasoning behind why they don't want to do anything, and, you know, lack of manpower. You know, there's a bunch of bullshit excuses you can make for Valve for not putting any serious work towards the game, and none of them are real excuses, but that's their reasoning behind it, why they don't want to change anything. So, I don't know. The contractor knows of you, and them and their friends don't like you, and I believe have made fun of my video, but the contractor's been obsessed with retooling source stuff like that. Yeah, I know the contractor and his circle does not like me because you know, Twitter. You know, it's Twitter. It's all the same Twitter nonsense. You know, they're very adamantly against anything I do and very much dislike my person. Whatever, I don't give a shit. It's kind of petty and childish that they go out publicly and attack people on their Twitter. So it's like, it's not very becoming of someone that works for any company, right? Like, if you really want to make yourself look like an immature fool, then you're gonna go out of your way and attack other people who, like, play your game and engage with your product. Like, that's not helping you. That's not helping your company's image to, like, go out of your way and be a dick to people who engage with your game and have a lot of pull and have a lot of, like, have loud voices. Like, yeah, instead of, like, you know, at least being cordial, no, you're gonna go out of your way and insult them and attack them and what have you. It's very silly. But, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I mean, yeah, I mean, very clearly they've been interested in retooling the game and doing all of this stuff, so what have you. Do I think this is a step in the right direction? It's a step in a direction. I mean, sure, I think it's fine. I guess it's a step in the right direction. Like, this was the inevitable end, right? This was the inevitable end where Valve is gonna give the game to the community or what have you. And, but is anything gonna change? Not really. Like, the modding scene has really been dominant. The modding scene's really been dominated by, like, 2 or 3 groups. You have Open Fortress, TF2 Classic, and that's kind of it, really. And so those 2 are going to continue to proliferate, and at least now, so someone else is going to have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure, but I might be wrong, but when it came to the original mods for, you know, Open Fortress, Open Fortress and Team Fortress 2 Classic, they were using leaked versions of the source code, which carries all the legality issues and, you know, what have you. That's why they did this, so now it's fully legal, right? They were using leaked versions of the source code, and if you wanted to get your hands on those leaked versions of the source code, you had to know a guy who knew a guy. You had to be in with these certain groups that had access to this. I don't think it was really openly public anywhere to have access to the leaked source code. That's what I might be wrong on. Yeah, pre-Fortress is another one. So it wasn't really easy to access that code. I might be wrong. Someone correct me on that if I'm wrong. It was very public? Okay. It was very public. There you go. And Valve was too, well, and also, yeah, Valve was taking it down. Like, Valve was actively taking it down where it was posted, right? So, that is also one thing. Valve was going out of the way to take it down. It was kind of dicey and hairy to kind of interact with it, right? So now it's fully legal. Now it's fully legal, and you don't. Now there's also going to be more competition and more mods popping up. Where like Open Fortress and TF2 Classic already had their foot in the door because they already had their hands on the source code. They already worked with it a lot. They already took that initial risk of getting their hands on it and working on it. So now it's like there's going to be the door is now completely open for a whole bunch of new projects and a whole bunch of new stuff, and all fully legal, which is cool. So that's neat. We'll see what comes of it. We'll see what comes of it. Hopefully more cool stuff. Let's see, more donations. I apologize. I know I'll get to them. All I'm getting from this is a Left 4 Dead situation where the community is given the game and Valve just walks off with it, never to touch it again. Yeah, well, thing is, you're right. I mean, you're 100% correct. But I mean, all this is a continuance of the status quo, right? It's a continuance of the status quo, and mods are going to be put on Steam, but that's about it. You're not going to see any touches to the base game beyond what we've been receiving for the past 6 years, right? Where Valve's going to keep putting loot boxes in the game. They're going to keep putting maps in the game, but that's it. They're not going to be bothered to do anything else beyond that. And I think this was them drawing that line in the sand, right? Like, hey, this is as far as we're willing to go. What we've been doing, that's all we're willing to do. If you want to do anything else beyond loot boxes and maps, here you go. Now you have everything you could ever need to make whatever the hell you want for TF2, right? Like that. This is to me, Valve very clearly drawing that line in the sand and saying this is all we're willing to do. No more serious work on TF2. It's in your hands now, right? To me, it is sad. I think it's pretty sad. I think it's pretty sad. It does upset me that like this is what it came to, right? Like this is ultimately what it came to. It ultimately came to this, where, okay, Valve fucked the game 8 years ago and then neglected it for all that time, and now finally they have like 1 or 2 people somewhat interested in touching this, and so the end of it all, it goes open source, and you can do whatever the fuck they want with it, and they just kind of leave the normal game the way it is. Just, It's like, it's bittersweet, I guess, but it's definitely more bitter for me than sweet, because like what this represents, right? Like what this represents is Valve just admitting that, yeah, we don't really want to work on the game anymore, so you do what you want with it. So you do what you want with it. Incoming TF2 Battle Royale MOBA RPG. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, again, this is going to let people do whatever they want with it. I really don't think that we're gonna see super crazy shit. I mean, people are gonna go out of the way to make some cool stuff, but I don't think it's gonna amount to a lot of things. Because a lot of the work being done in the modding scene for Team Fortress 2 is very much self-contained within a few niche groups. And I don't think you're gonna see a lot of people branching out from that, or a lot of new people taking interest in this. Like, all of the people interested in heavily modding Team Fortress 2 are already doing that. So, I don't know if we're going to see a lot of really wild shit coming out of this. We might, but I think chances are low because, again, all of the people who are already interested in modding TF2 are already involved with projects and what have you. So, I don't know. We'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. So, Valve was outright saying they're completely done with TF2. It's in the community's hands now. Good or bad? I think it's mostly good. Like, it's only a good thing that they've done this. Like, again, all the stuff that's being done for TF2 is going to be self-contained on Steam. Personally, for me, what I hope this means is that Valve is going to be done putting in shitty game modes and really crazy shit. And I hope this is them saying, yeah, just contain that into a mod. I really hope that's what that means. so we don't have to see more failures of game modes like Versus Saxon Hail and Zombie Infection and like all the other crap people are trying to make. It's like, now if you want to do that, you can have it be a mod. So yeah, and then maybe Valve will reshift their focus on like putting just normal shit in the game, I hope, instead of really crazy gimmick bloat. I don't know. Something to be said about how TF2 was born as a mod and it's dissolving into a diaspora of mods again. No, yeah, that it is somewhat poetic that TF2 began as a mod for Quake Team Fortress, and now its end of life is going to be a whole series of mods. And like I said last night to you, Richter, to me, it's like, hey, we took all of that away from you in 2016 by killing community servers. You know, all of the great alternative ways to play TF2, including but not limited to All Crit, Randomizer, Jailbreak, Prop Hunt, Versus Saxon Hail, you know, Death Run, all of the other more close derivatives of TF2, 32-man servers, what have you. It's like, awesome, great. You had access to all of those things in 2016, or before 2016, then we killed them, and then it stayed that way until, like, 2023, when they, like, decided to put a couple of those things in the base game, sort of, and now they just said, fuck it, here, we'll let you have all this back, and you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. It is poetic how we've come in this full circle, right? It's full circle. Bittersweet, but eh. Will this affect the amount of cheaters? No, we've already had multiple source code leaks in the past, and like anything that cheaters could ever want from the source code's already out there, so this isn't gonna impact cheat development in any way, which is a good thing. Like, thank God, you know. It's bad that the source code leak already happened X amount of years ago. There was one in 2016 or 2015, then another one in 2019 or 2020. I don't remember the exact dates, but yeah, this isn't going to impact cheat development too much, it seems. Pretty sure it won't anyway. Let's see. I'm missing more donations here. Let me scroll back up. We must build Team Fortress 3 with SDK. I mean, you could. Technically, you can do whatever you want. I'm not... What would Team Fortress 3 even entail? Like, what is there to improve upon? TF2 is already a really amazing game. Like, ultimately, what I would love to see, I feel like what would have been a no-brainer for Valve is, like, if they had just done a TF2 remaster, right? TF2's really old, and everything they've made in the game is really old. And, like, the potential for higher graphical fidelity for any Source game has gone way up since 2006, 2007. So it's like Valve could just do, like, this awesome remaster for the game where they, like, really polish the visuals and improve the optimization. Like, that would be a really cool TF3, right? And then without the need to port that over to Source 2, right? Because porting over to Source 2 is a vastly different beast than optimizing it inside of just the normal Source engine. So, I mean, and then if they did a Source 2 port, what would that look like? They would have to do a lot more work to get it to be exactly like the original Team Fortress 2, and even then, it's only going to get somewhat close. It won't be like 100% perfect. Things are going to be off, visuals are going to be a little bit off, what have you, so I don't know. I would be far more confident in something of a soft remaster where everything's still done in Source. That would be a neat way to rejuvenate the game. Like, that in of itself would be a really cool project for anybody to do with this SDK stuff. Change nothing. Change absolutely nothing. Just remaster the game. Optimize the fuck out of the game. Improve the visuals. Do all of that shit, but change nothing else. That alone would be a really, really cool project. And then just put that out there for people to fuck with. That'd be cool. Yeah, I saw there was a few leaks of the Half-Life stuff in there. Like, there was, you know, I saw, like, there was some Half-Life 3 stuff inside of these files, which was somewhat interesting. I'm not sure what to make of that. Was that intentional? Was that, like, an accident? Like, they forgot that was in there? It's like, yeah, we made these assets, like, a really long time ago, and then we just left them in there. We made all these files and assets public, so, oops. They're not doing anything with it. Like, these are ancient files that they had in there. So, like, whatever they were working on X amount of years ago nothing will come to fruition there. But yeah, it was interesting to see those things. So, more donations. I've said this before, but this feels like a cute puppy all the while your house is on fire. Mods are cool, but I want to be able to play the game. I mean, absolutely, like, that's my stance as well, right? Like, mods are really cool, but this has zero impact on the normal game, and the normal game is where most people will always continue to reside, right? And I wish Valve would just refocus a mild amount of effort towards improving how the game functions. Like, there's so many no-brainer things they can do. Like, and of course, like short of removing the matchmaking system, like, they could even just, like, meet us halfway. I don't want that. It's not what I'm demanding. I want a full reversion of the matchmaking system. Put back Quickplay, please. But, like, even then, they could meet us halfway by doing very easy, simple things, right? Just just turning back scrambles, turning back team scrambles as infrequently as it would function properly. It's at least like a gesture, like here, it sometimes works, here you go. Things like that are just, I don't know, there's so many little things they could do. Removing those single game limits so players can play for a longer period of time, bringing back something that resembles an ad hoc connection, or just any of those little things, right? One thing or another, for the love of God, would just vastly improve the normal player experience. But team switching, yeah, all of these things they could very easily do, but they just don't. So, it's really frustrating that, like, instead of putting any amount of effort towards those things, here, fuck it, mod the game and make a new game. So, yeah. Yeah, I did see that, you can cancel voice lines by jumping in the water. So, that's interesting. I don't know how that's gonna... You can't make Heavy say Pootis underwater anymore, so that's something. Someone should improve the not cheater bot support. No, yeah. I'm sure someone can do that, like improved TF bots to play against, right? Because they haven't been updated since, what, 2010? It's been a long time since they've updated, like, the practice bots that come with the game, so that'd be cool to see. Do we see a world where a mod of TF2 performs so well that Valve buys the rights to it and the cycle continues? Maybe? Maybe? I mean, personally, I don't see it. Like, the only way you're gonna see something outperform TF2 is if it's an entirely new game. And that's how the normal game cycle happens, right? You have TF2, and then that was outdone by Overwatch, and then Overwatch killed itself, and that was outdone by Marvel Rivals. You know, it's a cycle, right? I'm not saying that one of these games is better than the other, but in terms of it being, like, the popular replacement, you know, people will move on to the new thing, and so I think that's gonna have to be a new game. Some studio, some indie studio or somebody is gonna have to step in and bite the bullet and make something that can match what TF2 did 20 years ago. And I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. It's kind of shocking that no studio has attempted to do that, because, like, TF2 is an amazing game. Just copy that formula. Copy that formula of making a really fun, casual game down to the individual level, and then just go from there. Like, it's possible. Clearly, Valve did it 20 years ago, and, like, with everything we have now, with technological innovation, graphical fidelity, higher computer power, it's like higher processing power, there's so many things that can be done for, like, a second TF2, and, like, the fact that no studios even attempted to do that, or maybe they have and it just never took off, right? Like, really make a serious effort. It'd be crazy. Could you create a mod that reverts meet your match? I mean, so this is something else I was thinking as well. So when it comes to reverting meet your match, there's a lot to revert. You have all of the nonsense balance changes. That's one thing. That's already been done. You can do that inside of a normal TF2 server. That's great. But then when it comes to reverting how the matchmaking system behaves, like, people have already done that. I said this a moment ago, where people have already made a community quick play. Okay, great. We have this quick play system, but it's completely irrelevant without official server support. If you don't have Valve servers as a part of this, then any attempt to remake Quickplay is pointless, because then that just means you're logging onto community servers, which is something you can already do through the server browser, so it's redundant, and then all fucking community servers are dead, so it's like, what's the point? So ultimately, if someone were to remake Quickplay, it would only really mean anything if Valve adopted that into the base game, which they clearly don't seem intent on doing. It sucks, but yeah. Stupid question, but could it be true that Valve can't officially say they're done with TF2 since it could crash the TF2 economy? I mean, that's the obvious reason. Like, the only reason why Valve has not officially shut down TF2, and they'll never officially shut down TF2, is because if that happens, TF2's economy goes under, and it takes CSGO and Dota with it, right? Because just it's economics 101. You have a thriving economy somewhere in the world, it collapses, all of the rest of the world's economies react to it. It's like, that's a very clear reason why Valve doesn't want to just shut down TF2 and turn off its microtransactions. You know, because again, like I said this in my video, if Valve kills the microeconomy that fathered all of their other microeconomies, what do you think's gonna happen? You're gonna have a ton of people suddenly realize, they all know this, right? They just kind of, you know, ignore it blissfully. But then, like, when it actually happens, like when one of the biggest microtransaction systems for a free-to-play live service model, the kill switch gets flipped, everything gets shuts off, like that would affect games beyond TF2, I think. Like, TF2's big. Like, everyone has at least heard of TF2. Not a lot of people play it, but everyone knows that TF2 is the hat game. People first and foremost know TF2 as the hat game, and where do the hats come from? Microtransactions. So, like, uh-oh, the hats are gone? I play Fortnite. What do you mean my skibbity toilet, like, dancing Chungus mod or model or whatever the fuck? That can just be taken away from me after I spent $50 on my mommy's credit card? Uh-oh. That'd be bad. I think that would have lasting repercussions on games beyond TF2, absolutely. And Valve doesn't even want to approach that risk. They don't even want to chance it, right? I mean, it's a gamble. Like, maybe absolutely nothing could happen. It's a possibility. TF2 is a small enough game, and CSGO and Dota are such massive giants where, like, okay, maybe they can just ignore it and then get through it, right? But then on the other hand, it's like, it very much could trigger a fucking collapse, and like Valve would lose a lot of money, and CS2, whatever, CS2 alone generates Valve billions of dollars a year, and that's just from key sales. Billions with a B, which is wild. Like, it's not, like, CS2 isn't a game. It's a fucking casino. That's where all the game comes from. That's where all the money comes from. The money doesn't come from gameplay. It comes mostly from fucking gambling. Which is crazy to think about, right? Because at least with, like, TF2 has the gambling, right? But, like, there's so much other shit you can just directly buy and use. Like, none of that is baked into none of that's baked into CS2. Like, you can't directly buy skins. You can rent them for a week and then do it again, which is crazy to think about. You just rent your skins every week for $2. Oh. But, like, that's where all their money comes from, is gambling. Billions and billions of dollars, man, and Valve does not want to jeopardize that revenue stream. They do not, because, like, Valve's net worth is what, 6 billion, 7 billion, right? Something like that. So what is that, a third of that comes from fucking CS2? So yeah, they don't want to hurt that at all. Oh yeah. That's the main reason why they don't want to shut down TF2. Can't wait for Fem Fortress. Yeah, turn all the mercs into women. To me, it's weird. To me, it's weird if you even make an attempt to make any other mercenary other than Pyro a woman. Because, like, Pyro works. Pyro's ambiguous. Pyro is, like, this blank slate that anyone can fuck around with and do whatever they will, right? But, like, all the other mercs are established as dudes, right? Like, Fem Scout looks weird, Fem Sniper looks weird, Fem Spy looks... All the Fem mod, like, they're well made. It just looks out of place in the game. Like, Fem Pyro works because it's nothing. He's a blob, and you can mold the Play-Doh to be whatever you want. So it works for Pyro. So, whatever. Like, I've seen Fem Scout stuff over the years. Like, it's not the same. It's just weird to me. Can you wish me a happy birthday? Happy birthday. Hope you had a good day. Or are having a good day. Sticks $5 in your waist, man, for no reason. Thank you for the $5. So what happens now? Can we expect the ability to remove casual matchmaking and bring back Quickplay with this? I mean, like I said a moment ago, generally no. Like, we're not gonna, it's like, again, people can make it, but without official server support, no. Like, you're not gonna see anything come from this. Like, people, like, we already have versions of TF2 that exist without a matchmaking system, right? And again, without official support, that's it. It's done. So, let's see. Do you see a world where a community remaster / patch that doesn't change much but fixes many issues overtakes the base game? I mean, again, I just said that'd be great, like a moment ago. That's great, but without official server support, then It's probably not going to take over the base game. It'll get traffic, which is great, but I just cannot see it surpassing the normal game, right? And even then, like, what is Valve going to allow or not? Like, would Valve just allow the normal game but optimized, right? Would Valve just allow the normal game but without the matchmaking system? Like they already do that with community servers, but I really can't see like a mod of TF2 being thrown on there that is just the same game again, but without all of the bullshit they added, you know? I don't know. We'll see. Only future updates will be bug fixes and loot boxes. You're gonna see a rush of people in the community teaming up to keep the party going, but the lights have been on for 10 years. I mean, yeah, obviously. That's something everyone already knew. Something everyone already knew is that the lights are on, nobody's home, TF2's been on autopilot since 2018, 3 loot boxes a year, maybe some shitty maps, and that's it. And that's not going to change, right? I would love for it to change. I would love for Valve to give any shred of decent work and attention towards the normal game, but they're just not going to do that anymore. It's done. That ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. But I still think we should be fighting for it, you know, fight for Valve to, you know, do better with a game they earn tens of millions of dollars from a year. That's what I find annoying. That's something else I found really annoying. I found this really annoying on my video, where, like, as soon as the Source SDK stuff released, and then immediately people were like, oh yeah, this just completely invalidates the video you made. Like, yeah, sure, being able to mod Team Fortress 2 is really cool, but this doesn't magically invalidate 8 years of awful neglect and Valve fucking the game and then just leaving it that way. Like, this isn't an excuse to give them a pass. Again, this has no impact on the normal game, so just, yeah. We have the FAQ people are telling me to look at. Which one is it? Is it this one? I'm assuming it's this one. TF2 mods FAQ. Where do I get it? What access does the TF2 take players' items? So this was something interesting as well. They're allowing access to item inventories, right? So basically, you can take your shit with you. You go play a mod, you can take your shit with you. You can keep your hats, what have you. Awesome. But naturally, they don't want anyone abusing the item system to try and make money off of it. Like, for example, they don't want people making their own loot boxes. They don't want people making their own loot boxes and taking stuff off the workshop and earning money that way. Like, if you do that, that's a no-go, clearly. Can I make a mod of TF2 where there are no items? Awesome. Mods can disable some or all of the items. Great, so you have that freedom. That's neat. Can I make a TF2 mod where players can access all the TF2 items? Workshop contributors and players both have a lot of investment in their items, and that is something we want to continue to respect. We won't be allowing TF2 mods that are based around manipulating the items or the economy. There you go. So, like, it's interesting that someone is going to find a workaround for this. I'm curious just how heavily Valve is going to be moderating this. So, okay, this is going to make people mad, but I think over the years, Valve noticed that as more community projects started basically remaking TF2 updates, and in some instances trying to, like, softly monetize them, that Valve saw that and went, we gotta shut that shit down. You know, that's taking revenue away from us. And so the middle ground that they've presented is like, okay, yeah, you can mod the game, you can have access to all the hats, but only through our microtransactions, right? I feel like that might have been an underlying reason to go through this, right? Read-only access to inventory, yeah, that they would absolutely have to do that, otherwise it would just be completely open for exploitation. That's like a big deal. That'd be a big thing. But yeah, can my mod redistribute TF2 game files? No, TF2 must only distribute their own game files and load TF2 content from a local install. Okay, so that's the hard line right there, where basically, no, you can't just re-upload TF2 and then put that as a mod on Steam. You have to have its own game files in there that either optimize or improve or do whatever to the base game, right? And then you have to load the normal content from the game that you have installed. So, there you go. That answers that question. The rest of the stuff, I don't care. So, hold on, someone messaged me. A Git repo for the source SDK is open to pull requests. A lot of minor patches have already been submitted. Pull requests. Here we go. So people are submitting fixes, which is cool. Is Valve going to do anything with this? Time will tell. Like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not super in tune with all of this, but doesn't this ultimately just amount for a more direct path for people to submit community fixes? Like, isn't that what this really amounts to? It's just a more direct line for people to, like, find things that are broken and submit things that are wrong with the game. And then ultimately, Valve is just going to be able to cherry pick what they want from this and put it into the game. Like, I mean, that's great, but then that still relies on Valve to go out of their way and pull things from this and then apply them to the base game. And that's relying on Valve to do work on TF2. So, it's neat, it's cool, I'm happy so many people are doing this, but Valve working on TF2, I mean, clearly they don't want to do that anymore, so I don't know. Hopefully that'll happen, but I just can't see it. I really can't. A couple more donations to read. So many people talking about mods reverting Meet Your Match. Someone will eventually do that. Even literally just quick play, nothing else. The problem is not the main game, so good chance, so good. Main problem is not the game, not the main game, so good chance nobody will play. Yeah, and again, that goes back to what I said a moment ago. Without official support, there's no point. Like, there's no point in making a quick play revert unless you have the servers to support it. So, new gen TF2 fans are a different beast from old gen. I mean, absolutely. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's just in general across gaming. When it comes to expectations and what people want out of their games, there's been a completely different shift from when I started playing video games and the current generation of people playing video games, right? Like, for me, like, I would view video games as like this neat, tight little package where I just play it and the game is good and it stays that way. But now, like in modern times, people view video games as this amorphous piece of Play-Doh they can do whatever the fuck they want with. And then if they're not given that, ability, they kind of scream and bitch and moan like, oh, you just don't like fun if I can't put fucking McDonald's in Fortnite or something, you know? That's what I notice. So there you go. Now you have the freedom to put McDonald's in TF2 if you want. People are getting lost here. You can do anything with the code, and people will do tons of shit. But getting it on Steam is different. I don't think TF2, but we remove casual mode. No, yeah, Richter. I mean that's like the line they drew on their FAQ. It's like you can't just do like a re-upload of the game without the matchmaking system. Valve's not going to like that because that would redirect traffic away from their normal game and therefore their microtransactions. They don't want that. So, yes. And ultimately, yeah, this is a really good thing overall. Like, don't get me wrong, this is a very good thing that Valve has done. Like, we're gonna get a lot of neat stuff out of this, but at the end of the day, nothing really changes for the normal game, right? Nothing really changes for the normal TF2. It all stays the same. We're gonna get mods, so we're gonna get TF2 Classic and Open Fortress on Steam eventually. And then whatever else people are going to make, which is cool. It's going to be fun. It's going to be novel. It's going to be easier to access. But then when it comes to the vanilla game, that's kind of it. Assuming Valve doesn't do the correct thing and starts pulling fixes off the GitHub, which would be cool, but I don't know. Again, that's expecting for Valve to do work, and I don't trust them. Could you imagine single-player TF2 campaign mods? Didn't someone do that? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn that someone a long time ago did this single-player TF2 modification. It's this really, really crazy thing. I think someone did that. Long time. This was years and years ago when someone did that. When I checked out Counter-Strike Source, my favorites there were override my favorite. When I checked my Counter-Strike Source, my favorites there were overridden with my favorite TF2. So yeah, there's been some weird shit happening with the servers in the server browser. Like your favorite servers from other games appear in the browser for a different game, you know? Like servers from one game appear in TF2 server browser, which is strange. There's also been a lot of like broken shit happening in TF2 servers. Like a lot of people are experiencing random game crashes in community servers. So Valve did something. Uh-oh, they broke something, which usually happens. So, and of course, all the source mod stuff is broken right now, so, you know, anything, any kind of custom stuff going on TF2 servers right now is busted until that gets fixed. So, give it a couple days. Give it a couple days and everything should be fine. This is normal. It's normal. Source mod always breaks whenever there's an update. It just takes time to get it fixed. It's the same cycle that's been happening since 2007. Nothing new. Nothing new. Do you think making better tutorials for the game will help with player retention? That is one of many things that Valve can do to improve player retention. That's what my next video is going to be about. My next video is just talking about how Valve can improve TF2, right? Like a lot, and it kind of sucks, right? Because like this came out and it demotivated me because like now I'm no longer allowed to present ideas or improvements or criticize Valve without an entirely new contingent of people coming out of the woodwork and saying, hey, just do it yourself. You think this is bad? Make it yourself. You can mod the game now. Do it yourself. Why are you so mad? Valve let us put Skibbity Bob in the games. Do it yourself now. Like that's like I'm already seeing that. I'm already seeing that in my comment section. I'm already seeing that on Twitter. It's like, why are you mad? Just mod it yourself. You can do it now. It's like, I'm not a fucking coder. Like, I just want to play the normal game. You know? Anyway, I lost my train of thought. Shit. But no, yeah, my next video is going to be about, just like the many things Valve can do to just improve the normal game. Because very clearly, Valve wants TF2 to last as long as Counter-Strike and Dota. They don't want this game going under anytime soon. And it is in their benefit to keep players around and keep people spending money on the microtransactions. So if they wanted to make a serious effort to improve player retention, there are a ton of things Valve can do to improve player retention and keep people playing. Because I think everyone in this chat can 100% agree with me that booting up TF2 for the first time as a brand new player is a miserable experience. Playing TF2 for the first time in 2025 is awful. It is horrible. It is just the worst fucking thing for a new player. You get in the game, tells you fucking nothing about what to do. You click on the big green button, you get thrown into a random server, the game ends in 30 seconds, the big shutter doors close, and then you think to yourself, what the fuck just happened? I didn't even get a chance to play the game. And then it boots you out or the server resets, and then you do it all over again. You're not even given a chance to interact with the game's mechanics before the game decides for you that it's time to stop playing. Like, again, so many little things they can do to improve player retention, right? Because like imagine you're a brand new player. I know it's hard for many of us because we've been playing the game for so long and our first experiences with the game are in the distant past. But like imagine yourself as a brand new player, right? You've never touched the game before and you dive into TF2. It's really rough. Oh my god, like it's actually, it never ceases to amaze me that we still have some people that fall in love with this game so quickly that they put up with all of the bullshit, all of the nonsense, all of the lack of information, the lack of functionality. People love this game so much immediately that they stick, like that's the sign of how fucking good TF2 is, right? And like, it's already there. And if Valve just improved all of the other little things that prevent people from wanting to stick around, just imagine how much more this game would have grown over the years. And don't get me wrong, all of the shit that's been wrong with player retention, most of that has been in the game since launch, especially when it comes to information or the lack thereof, right? No proper tutorial, nothing that tells you anything about how the game modes work, aside from these really short videos at the beginning that no one fucking watches, right? It's like little simple things like, hey, you're about to play King of the Hill. And there's like a little button like, do you want a 2-minute tutorial explaining how King of the Hill works? Sure. You click on the button, it boots up a server, put a couple of bots in there, and say, go to the point, capture the point. Puts, when you cap the point, your timer goes down. Just really easy things, simple things Valve can do, right? Because like when I was making my video, I found so much shit, so, like tons and tons and tons of clips from years ago, from new players, and they're just bumbling around TF2 and they have no idea what was going on. And I put a couple of those clips in my video, like where you have someone on red team trying to push the payload, and they they say out loud, oh, it's meant to go this way. They have no clue, and it's their first time playing the game. And then you have another person who's playing 5CP, and he says, what? The timer got reset? Because the game doesn't tell them in a clear manner that that's how 5CP works. Just very simple things. A lot of really easy things Valve can do. Little things to just give more players the information they need to not be totally clueless the first time they jump into a game. And yes, I know, it's like we live in this modern time where game developers are spoiled and they can rely on the existence of the internet, where it's like, okay, I don't have to include all of this information. Now people can just go out of their way to look up any and all information that they need. And that's fine, I guess. But like, frankly, when it comes to playing a free game, there's already no investment and no reason for them to stick around, right? Like if you've paid for a game, like Minecraft, for example, you spent money on the game right away. You're automatically going to be compelled to go look up information online so your investment isn't wasted. But when you're playing a free-to-play game, there's nothing to keep you there. And if your first experience is fucking miserable, it's like, why would you stay? You paid nothing for this game, you're just gonna fuck off and go play something else, right? So it's like, you have to give people a reason to stay and get rid of all the stuff that prevents them from sticking around, right? You have to get them invested. And TF2 has very little of that, beyond the charm it has when you look at it. So, yes, this VOD will stay up. There was another donation, let me read. Just want to say thanks for your content. You've helped me personally by showing me it's okay to be impassioned and angry about things that mean a lot to you, which has been cast as a negative thing. That is something I absolutely despise about, it hasn't always been this way. I don't, like, maybe someone can explain to me why edges have to be blunted now, where, like, God forbid you criticize something or say you dislike something. Like, what happened where if you do that, you just get relentlessly attacked online? What happened? It's not something I've been able to really wrap my head around. Where it's like, okay, it's like a game developer, like, ships out a very clearly fucked up game or something broken or what have you. And it's like, hey, I paid $60 for this game, but it crashes every 2 seconds or something, I don't know. And it's like, can you fix this? And people go, fuck you, they worked hard on that game! How dare you be mad about this game? Don't you think about the passion they put into it? How dare you be angry? Like, it just immediately you see that. I don't understand it. What happened? And no, yeah, like, my mind immediately wants to go to, like, toxic positivity, but it's not just that. Like, that's a symptom of something. That's not the reason. It's a symptom of something. Like, what is causing the symptom? That's something that, like, I'm surprised, like, no one's made, like, a 5.5 hour long video essay on this. Like, that's something that's worth addressing in general in the online space. So, like, I like it. Therefore, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with this. I like this, so you're bad. I think maybe a part of it is people, when you, when you like something, right? Like, when you like something, people get personally invested, and they view their hobbies or their interests as an extension of themselves. And then when they see that get criticized or attacked, they view that as themselves getting criticized or attacked. And so their reaction is to get defensive and fight back. Because, oh, you're not only attacking this thing I like, but by default you're also attacking me. That might be a huge part of it. Maybe. I'm not like a philosopher or anything. I fucking study rocks for a living. I do earthquakes, I don't do people. So, that's certainly part of it. This exact phenomenon has been happening to other games as well. Unfortunately, if you say anything negative about Project Moon's games, you get people flaming you hardcore. It's so weird. What does Project Moon make? I don't even know studio names. What do they do? Oh, Limbus Company. That's one I'm familiar with. Yeah, so... I mean, it's everywhere, so... Are you ready for YouTubers to make their own TF2 source mods? I mean, sure. That I feel like that's like another inevitable end to this. Like you're like that. Like that's also where TF2 content is going to go now, where it's no longer going to be. It's no longer going to be about the normal game. It's gonna be about mods, right? It's gonna be about mods. And so like you're gonna have Wheezy make an MVM mod where it turns all the robots into fucking bananas or something, you know, like it's gonna be the official Wheezy Man vs. Machine mod. All the robots are bananas, you know, and then when they die, they spew out different color bananas. He's the banana guy. I know Wheezy is Banana Boy, Banana Robot Boy. That's gonna be his mod. There's gonna be like 50 fucking videos about that. That's what's gonna happen, right? You're gonna get Solar Light make his own game modes. Like everything is Demo Night. The Scout is Demo Night. The Heavy is fucking Demo Night. Everything's that's 4v4 pastime Demo Night fuck fest clusterfuck. Like that's his mod, right? That's what's gonna happen next. Like and then there's gonna be 50 videos. Like I try the newest YouTuber TF2 mod. Like that's what happened with Minecraft, right? Like you know Mojang and then Microsoft kind of said fuck it and they gave up on that game and now the game is just nothing but mods. Everyone, like, and Lucid said this yesterday, where, like, everyone playing Minecraft, most people aren't playing the normal game, they're playing a modded version of the game. That's where TF2 is going now. Hey. 100-player TF2 Sigma mode. Oh, Lord. The prophet has died, and here comes the new denominations of his religion. Valve is telling you to find your own church if you found meaning in their scripture. Yeah, that's a very... interesting. Okay. I'm out of touch. I know it's no surprise that I'm out of touch, but what does server blight mean? I'm seeing this everywhere. What does server blight mean? Educate me. Is this like a new meme going around the community right now? It's a creepypasta? Okay. SFM horror meme? Alright, that's why I haven't seen it. That's why I haven't seen it. I'm not really in tune with like creepypasta horror stuff. I was in 2010, 2011. I was kind of intrigued by these things, but and maybe a little bit like once I got into college, I'm like, this is fucking stupid. And I just stopped paying attention to it. So I'm sure it's cool. Like I'm not dogging it. I'm just not interested in it. It's just not for me. Hunt Showdown has this same problem. Oh yeah, and I know, yeah, it's like I said, like TF2 is not the only victim of this crazy amount of not just toxic positivity, but again, it's a symptom of something greater that's leading for people to be not only hesitant to criticize anything a developer does, but or just demand for better. You know, it's frustrating. So sucks. Thoughts on Open Fortress? It's not for me. I'm not crazy about it. I'm just so like this is something else too. This modding stuff, I don't care. Like I genuinely don't really care about modded versions of TF2. I like the normal game. I've always mostly played the normal game, and that's where I'm always going to be. So like you can make a really cool mod, I'll fuck around with it for a few minutes, but I don't care. And for the majority of people that really seek out the normal game, this doesn't mean much for them, because it has no impact on the normal game. So, like, it's cool. Again, I'm not shitting on this. It's a great thing, but it's like, I just don't really care that much. Like, I'm not gonna care about mods. So. What's the best place to play casual-esque TF2? Play on my server. Play on my TF2 server. ZestyJesus.com. You find my server information there. It is pure vanilla TF2. Go play there. If it stays popular, I'll open another server in Europe. So, hey man, I'm just answering the question. If you want a vanilla TF2 experience, go play on my server. I'll probably open a European server soon. Because if it's considering my main server is so popular right now, I'll probably open a second one for EU. You know what? I'll do that this week. Before the week is out, I'll open a European server. All right. I'll fuck it. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll open a European server tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. I only started playing TF2 since last year, and have liked my experience so far. But after looking at old TF2 content, I just feel like I missed out. I mean, frankly, you did. Like, that is just the truth. You missed out. You missed out on the best time to play TF2, and it's a shame that Valve is so unwilling to just try to go back to it, right? They're so unwilling to put back what so many people preferred and missed and loved about this game in favor of, you know, you can mod it now. You know, yeah, again, what this represents is that. What this modding stuff represents is, you know, Valve giving a little piece of what everyone missed out on after 2016. So, it sucks. I think there should be a community server waiting system that pulls everyone who queued for that particular server in just like casual, because starting one from 0 to 24 is the worst thing ever. Someone did suggest that there is like a way to like queue for a server, but it doesn't put you in right away, and then when enough people have queued for a specific server, then it throws you all in right away. But then that's really just adding another layer to the problem, where like you're not gonna try to seed a server that has no one seeding it, you know? It's kind of like the whole Disneyland queuing thing. It was like, here, we'll have a faster queue for the normal queue, and then a faster queue for the fast queue for the normal queue, and then we'll give you a fast pass to bypass all the queues, but then you're just waiting even more. I feel like it's just going to be compounding the problem. That really has always been an issue with community servers in any video game or any player-operated servers, is, you know, having to seed it yourself. And that was one really huge benefit of Quickplay, is that it would just do it for you, which was awesome. And when the game used to incorporate community servers into its search, or at least gave you the option, that funneled a lot of people into them. And then Valve just got rid of that. Like, that was the solution to that problem. And then Valve went, matchmaking, competitive TF2 for you, bye-bye. You know, it's so frustrating. Yeah. Not to start any drama. No, I don't care about fucking Dane. I don't have any personal problems with him. I just find a few of the things he's said over the years fucking psychotic. Someone will make this game super duper optimized and it will be incredible. I hope. The thing is, like, again, they can't really just release a vanilla version of this onto Steam that goes against, like, their rules, but, I mean, whatever optimizations people make can absolutely be incorporated into any future modification towards this game, so hopefully that happens, maybe. Hopefully that happens. Time will tell, we shall see. Why Valve didn't keep Quickplay on community servers only? This is something I didn't put in my video because I knew it would, like, because, like, I was already, like, the reason why my video had the tone that it did is because, like, it's not, like, people got mad at me for this too. Not, of course, it's negativity bias, and I'm looking at the small hand, like, the 5% of comments that say this shit. The majority of people didn't have any issues with it. But, like, there's always there's a small group of people that get, like, really mad of me, like, putting tone in, like, a negative tone and, like, making it dramatic, you know? And it's like, I did that on purpose because this isn't a good thing. I wanted you to feel this sense of sadness and dread, because, like, it's not meant to be, like, if I just came at this, like, with a milquetoast tone, or, like, if I just came at, like, you know, this happy, like, high-pitched voice, like, oh yeah, Valve, you know, they fucked up the game years ago, that wasn't really good. You know, it's like, what do you want me to do? Like, what do you expect? Do you just want me to regurgitate information like an AI voice? Like, what do you want, right? And then again, these are the people that you can never please, right? They just want you to blunt the edges. Some people cannot handle non-blunted edges, right? And it's a sad thing. It's meant to be a sad thing. And that's why I made the video, that's why I made the tone of the video the way I did. But I omitted something about community servers because for me, at least back then, it was very clear to me that Valve wanted community servers to die, right? It was a very willful decision to no longer support community servers in any way when for 2 years before that, they were doing a shitload of things to support community servers. You had the show servers option, you had the advanced options menu. Quickplay still gave players the option to incorporate community servers into your game search. And then 2016 comes around and Valve just removes that, right? So to me, that was a very, very intentional decision for Valve to no longer support community servers, because then what does that mean? That means all players are now being funneled down the same skill-based matchmaking slide for their competitive mode. So for me, Valve was very intentionally wanting to kill off community servers. Like, that's my interpretation, but they couldn't do it directly. They could not do it directly, because if they just removed the community server browser, if they just removed that option off the home screen, right? If they just killed that, then that would piss everyone off. People would get furious. Like, oh, they just killed everything that we loved about this game, and so now they would have no way to usher the existing player base over into their esport. So they did the next best thing, which was starving community servers by completely cutting them off. So I cut that out from my video because I have no proof of that. And I have no proof of that other than Valve very intentionally killing off community server support with Meet Your Match. So I decided to remove it. And again, like, you have people now in chat saying, take your meds, what's your source, you're a schizo, right? That's why I cut it out, right? I could not present this without people getting mad and immediately like saying, you're a schizophrenic, Valve is great. Why they wouldn't do that, even though they did. So competitive TF2 will be the catalyst for why new people join this game. That's something that I've always found crazy. That, like, Uncle Dane thinking that competitive TF2 is going to be a reason why a whole generation of players join the game. That was wild. Like, that aged like milk. His trickle-down balance video aged like milk. God. Ooh. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah. I'm not gay, but you're good looking. Thanks. I think. I appreciate that. Let's see what the TF2 comp source mod numbers look like. They can rebalance any weapon however they want and ban any item they want. See, like, if competitive players make their own version of TF2 with a source mod, I really doubt it's going to redirect that much traffic. I can't see that happening because they already have these systems they've established. Why would they go out of their way to make a new one and then try to redirect everyone from the base game over to the new one? I'm not seeing that happen. Maybe, I could be totally wrong, but I just don't see it happening. They're already very comfortable in the place they are. So, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I don't know where Lucid's VOD is for the latest UFR. I'm not sure what's taking so long on that one. Hopefully it'll be up soon. Because we did cover the... We did go over Uncle Dane's trickle-down balance video on UFR, so... subscribe to Lucid for that show. Hopefully it comes out soon, because that was a fun conversation. Like, looking back at that video, it was really bad. Like, you forget, right? Like, the idea of trickle-down balance, it's like a cool, novel thing. But then when you go back and watch Dane's video, he doesn't really give any explanations as to why it's a good thing. He's like, yeah, the base jumper was annoying for some people, and competitive players ban it, and then they nerfed it, and now everyone hates it, but it's okay, because it was nerfed for competitive play, and then no one uses it in competitive play, because it's still broken. Oh my god. Yeah, just a really, really bad video. Really bad. How realistic is it that they bring back Quickplay? I mean, to be completely honest, based on this blog post, Valve is done doing any serious work on the game, but that doesn't mean that we should stop demanding for better. Like, we shouldn't stop demanding. Like, you never know. They could do it. Why stop? So, I vote keep fighting for it. That's what I think. Why is it broken in comp? Just use a shotgun? Because they don't like using shotguns in competitive TF2. Typically the only hit scan class is Scout, and because the base jumper keeps the soldier far away from the Scout, and there are no heavies, snipers, engineers, or other hit scan options to otherwise deter the base jumping soldier, it's very powerful in 6 versus 6. But in the vanilla game, it was totally fine. No one fucking bitched about it, except for a small group of players that didn't play the normal game anyways, and then Valve nerfed it. Awesome. And now no one uses it, because it sucks. This is TF2's swan song. I doubt the contract will even do much after this. I mean, you're not wrong. I suspect that, like, yeah, Richter, it's status quo, right? All we're getting are loot boxes and maps. Though we will not see anything else beyond that. It's just a continuance of the status quo. Nothing else. So yeah, I'll get to the what's balancing video in a moment. We'll start that shortly, because I know everyone wants me to watch that, so I'll take a look. No, yeah, and so like the perfect counter argument to trickle down balance is look at things that are banned in 6s for being too strong, right? So okay, you have the quick fix. The quick fix is banned for being too strong because with smaller team sizes, you can't out-damage the heals, and so it only proliferates stalemates. So, but in normal play, the quick fix is the weakest option. And so, does that mean we need to nerf the quick fix? No, because they would nerf it even more for vanilla play and put it into the useless category. So, yeah. Sucks. How would I balance TF2 competitive matchmaking? That I think it's a I think it's a lost cause. Because they can't talk, because the 12v12 format is impossible, and casual is perfectly fine as 12v12. I mean, competitive players have already figured out what they want from that. They've already made their own preferred environment for competitive 6v6, so just let them have their fun. Like, that's honestly where it should have stayed. It should have stayed as a community thing. Valve certainly could have given it more support, and they should have, but they just never did. It should have never become a part of the normal game, in my opinion. They certainly could. They absolutely could have done a far better job with something that resembled a competitive mode in the vanilla game, right? Like, they could have made a matchmaking game mode, you know, for competitive 6v6 that had class limits and had weapon bans, right? So it more closely resembled what competitive players expected out of a competitive game mode. But Valve, again, like I said in my video, didn't want to do that because that wasn't their end game. Their end game was making everyone play the same game so it could play an esport. Like, Valve very obviously could have adhered to a much more well-established format of competitive play, but they just didn't. And that would have been the right way to go, and then just leave the rest of the game the same. But then they fucked over everyone. Everyone got fucked. Competitive players got fucked. Casual players got fucked. I hate using casual. Vanilla players got fucked. No one won. No one was happy, except for a few people, about Meet Your Match. So, do you seriously consider post Meet Your Match to be vanilla? So when I say vanilla, I mean normal 12v12 TF2. When I say vanilla TF2, I mean 12v12, no class limits, no weapon bans. That's what I mean by vanilla TF2. Random crits, random bullet spread. the matchmaking system and shit like that, no, that's not what I'm talking about. So when I say vanilla, that's what I mean by vanilla. When I say anything else other than vanilla, then that's what it is, okay? That's what I mean. Yeah, the like-dislike ratio on the video is fine. It's like standing at about 95%. My average is like 96 or 97, which is, you know, so it's below average because, you know, it's presenting a negative opinion, and it's presenting negative opinions about Valve, and people don't like that. And also the video was long, and people, for some reason, are very angry about long-form videos. So, like so many people were pissed. Like, this video could have been an hour. This video could have been 30 minutes. This video could have been 10 minutes. It's like, no. If I made it that short, I would have had to have stripped away all of the absolutely necessary context in order for anybody who's playing TF2, young and old, veteran and fresh install, to have all the information they would need to know what the fuck was wrong, right? I could not have removed any of that. And then, like, another huge criticism is like, oh, he's repeating himself. He's repeating himself. That's the fucking point, right? It's like, hey, this problem wouldn't exist because we had ad hoc. This other problem wouldn't exist because we had ad hoc. This other problem wouldn't exist because we had ad hoc, right? Like, it all ties back to the shit we used to have. Hence the repetition. Like, it should just drive the point fucking home that what they took away was fucking great. And then all these other things are tied into that. Like, you can't, like, I can't just mention ad hoc connections at the beginning of the video and then 30 minutes later be describing why these things are bad and then not mention ad hoc connections again. The fuck? Like, I swear to God, people are, like, this is generally a problem as well. Attention spans are like this. Attention spans have dropped significantly since I was a kid. Significantly since I was a kid. Where, like, if anything doesn't, if there isn't some kind of constant stimulus, flashing colors, noises, jokes, tearing you out of a frame, like tearing you out of a flow of thought. Like, people need their flow of thought interrupted every 20 seconds. Otherwise, it's apparently too long. Drives me nuts. Again, this represents a minority. It's like 5% of the people that are bitching about the video are saying this. Everyone else, as always, negativity bias. I know, it's negativity bias. Most people like the video, and I'm very happy about that. So thank you guys for watching it, and I really appreciate all the support for the video. It's been great. So I really can't thank you guys enough. A lot of support coming from it, a lot of really positive comments. I've been so happy that so many people have been opening up in the comment section and giving their own experiences about TF2 before Meet Your Match. Like, there are so many awesome comments about people, like, spilling their guts about how their favorite servers got killed, or, like, all the fun times they used to have but they can't have anymore, and how they just used to love the game so much but they just can't have that because Valve removed it, you know? It's just, I'm really happy people are so forthcoming with this because it just further drives the point home. It further drives the point home that all of these amazing things and the real reason why people played TF2 got taken away. For nothing, quite literally for nothing, because all of Valve's efforts to push TF2 as an esport amounted to nothing, except fucking over the means by which you engage with the game. Ugh. So, thank you guys for all the support. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. There was another donation. When are we getting the rest of the cosmetic tier lists? I'll probably start picking up on those either this weekend or next week. I'll probably do one this weekend. If you want announcements for when I go live, then join my Discord, linked in the description below. I put announcements in there when I go live, and usually something ahead of time. If it's a bigger stream, I announce when I'm gonna go live, so just join that if you want. You can't talk in there, but notifications for when I upload and for when I go live are all put in there, so. I forgot what classes I have left. I know I have Engineer, Pyro, and Soldier. And then all class hats? I think that's what I have left. I stopped doing them because I was working on the video, so sorry. I apologize. I think so, and that's something else too, right? It's like people say, "Oh, Quickplay, just go back to community servers. Community servers are all there." No, they're not. Where do we go? Skyle? Uncletopia? Yeah, it's like you're not gonna magically convince everyone that engages with casual mode to go out of their way to interact with the server browser. Like, that's That's an unrealistic expectation in this day and age. It's just the times we're in, right? If we don't have a system that places players into a server or give them the option to engage with community servers, like, you're just not gonna get traffic in there. Like, it's, oh, and again, this goes to like, where are we gonna go? Where do we go? Like, we have so few vanilla options to choose from because there's no point, because they're constantly competing with casual mode, and it's easier to get in the, I explained this in my video. There's no point in me regurgitating this. I explain all this in the video. I just really hate that argument. Yeah, just go to community servers. I don't want to play on fucking Uncletopia. What if I want to be the 4th spy? Bitch. What if I want to be the 4th heavy, motherfucker? I like playing heavy. Fuck you. Your dumb fucking rules. Hate that shit. No, yeah, I mean, you're close to that. I mean, you're hitting on something important to acknowledge, right? Like, you know, the fandom doesn't shut up about how the community is the future of the game and whatnot, but nobody's pushing the resurgence of community servers. So I think what's happening there is people, like what does community mean, right? A lot of people invoke the word community based on whatever definition it is they're trying to push, right? Like, some people refer to the community as anyone who plays the game, or people invoke community to make it seem as if though dissenters hate the game or hate what they're saying, right? So when people say community, or the future of the game is with the community, what that really means is it's within the hands of the small minority of people that are willing to put forth the work to make servers, make mods, make content, right? And all of that's been very gatekeepy. It's all, especially with content creation for TF2, it's very gatekeepy, right? And so that doesn't, like, when people invoke community, that's not reflective of everyone that plays the game, because most people that play the game don't really give a shit about any of that. They don't give a shit about, like, community projects and memes and Reddit. Like, yeah, it's all a very vocal minority, you know? Most people that play TF2 just come play TF2. They don't really engage with the Twitter and Reddit space, and all the people that are singing that the community is the future don't reflect the majority of players. So I think that's where that comes from anyway. Many people have to understand that not all games have to be competitive. Most players just want to have a good time. No, yeah, and I think that's been a blight on game development for, like, the whole idea of pushing esports and pushing competitive games was a blight on game development from, like, 2014 to 2018, 2019. We seem to be on the back end of all of that now, where people are realizing that, like, oh yeah, it sucks when you're making games to cater to, like, the top, like, the upper echelon of skill, and like catering to, like, the how 3% of people play the game. And, like, when you do that, you're obviously not going to make it very fun for everyone else that plays with the game, right? So I'm glad that we're kind of coming off and away from, like, everything has to be an esport now, everything has to be competitive now, because when you do that, it's not fun for most of us. So happy that we're kind of moving away from the esports era. Plan to make a balance mod that caters to the average TF2 player. How should I start? Don't know. I feel like everyone has a different opinion as to what needs changing or not, and what needs adjustment. Yeah, just make things fun. I really don't know. Revert the caber. That's one thing. Just revert the caber. That's, like, step one. Put the caber back, put the bison back. If you just do, put the caber back, put the bison back, and put the ambassador back, and I will play your game. That's it. Revert the ambassador, revert the caber, revert the base jumper, and just revert those items, and I'll play your game. Yeah, revert the eviction notice. The fucking eviction notice was fine. The eviction notice was so fun. Why did they fucking nerf that too? There was no reason to nerf the eviction notice. It was so stupid. Oh my god, all of these fun weapons got destroyed. Like, okay, so when it comes to the Sandman, I agree that it should have been nerfed, but they nerfed it way too hard. It sucks now. Like, I feel like a happier middle ground. Like, okay, so this is my opinion on the Sandman. Let me see what you think about this. My opinion on the Sandman is that a good way to have treated the nerf is to have treated it like Demo Knight shields, where swords are really only useful with the shield. And so the Sandman could have really only been useful with the cleaver. So they could have removed the stun on hit that turns off your guns, but they could have kept the combo with the cleaver. So it could have been this nice combo item for the scout that was really fun to use, and it also wouldn't punish the player by turning off their ability to shoot. Like, that would have been the perfect thing to do, instead of just nerfing the Sandman into uselessness and then keeping the cleaver as just okay. That's what I think. See, the stun is fun for the person on the dealing end. It's not fun in a game like TF2 to just have your guns turned off. Like, raise your hand if you find it fun to have your guns just turned off because someone else is using a different item. I don't find that fun. Like, I don't think that's fun at all. They could keep, like, the slowdown or something, but, like, just turning off someone's ability to shoot is so terrible in a game like TF2. Like, there's always counterplay when you're under the effect of something, but, like, against the Sandman? Sorry, you're just gotta wiggle around a little bit. It's just, ugh. I hate that shit. I don't like that comment. I don't want to keep you company while you're taking a shower. That's horrible. Never say that again in my chat. Oh my god. I don't know why'd that have to pop up at the exact time I'm looking at that part of my chat scroll? Like, Jesus. I don't want to be your shower buddy. I don't like that thought. It's nasty. Keep me out of your shower thoughts. So wrong. Oh god. Like, mini crits on slowed enemies? I don't like that either, because then what is the Fan of War going to do? I don't like that idea. Because then then you'd automatically use the Sandman over the Fan of War. So I don't like the idea of the ball dealing like enabling mini crits or something. I don't like that. Being marked for death on the ball is not very fun. I don't think. Fan of War is already ass. I disagree. I think the Fan of War is awesome. My favorite thing to do with the Fan of War is run up to a heavy, smack him with it, and then 2-tap him with a Force of Nature. God, that is so fun. Oh my god. I love doing that shit. Dude, it is so fun. Like, I did this the other day. I'm playing with the shortstop. I love the shortstop. It's the weakest option for scout. I don't care. I run up to a heavy and medic combo with the shortstop. I smack the heavy with the fan. 1-tap the medic because he was low, and then I annihilate the heavy's overheal because he gets melted by shortstop mini crits. It's so fun. I disagree with the Sandman nerf. I've been playing on servers that reverted back to the old Sandman. People memory hold how hard it is to land the ball on. Seeing as I don't like that argument for balance. Oh, it's hard to do. Just because something's hard to do doesn't mean it's balanced, and it doesn't mean it's fun to play against. I absolutely despise that. Like, to that effect, I'm using Lucid's example again. I'm using Lucid's example, right? And also, it's not that hard to hit the ball, right? My favorite counter argument to this is let's introduce a 10th class. Lucid, I'm using this. Let's introduce a 10th class whose only job is to do brain surgery. He doesn't leave spawn. All he does is do brain surgery, right? He doesn't have to engage with any of the players, and as soon as he finishes brain surgery, the game ends immediately and his team wins. It is a purely skill-based mechanic. 100% skill-based. Does that sound fun and balanced? No, it doesn't. So just because something is hard to do doesn't mean that it's balanced. It has to be limited by other mechanics in the game, so it's fun. And just because the ball is sometimes hard to hit, I don't think it is, doesn't mean it's balanced. Now someone can actually mod the brain surgeon as the 10th class. Yeah, you can. That'd be so fun. Yeah, someone do that. Someone do that. Mod the brain surgeon. Mod the brain surgeon into TF2. I would love to see that. It'd be so fucking funny. You have the brain surgeon class, someone selects it, and then you're gonna have people like just grinding getting good at brain surgery in TF2. And games end in like 30 seconds because someone finishes brains 1v1 brain surgery. Oh my god. MGE brain surgery. Holy shit. That's funny. Do that. Someone do that. That's fucking funny. MGE brain surgery. Hot take, reverse the Enforcer. I like the 20% damage more. I agree. I think the current Enforcer absolutely sucks. It's terrible. I say revert it to something that's not AIDS. I mean, the higher damage, slower firing speed was fine, but eh. Ah, yes, the Enforcer is now bleed for 8 seconds. Speaking of which, we gotta get to this video by the what. I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back. So then we can start watching the what's video. So give me like 2 minutes, all right? I'll be right back. I gotta make a protein shake too. So give me a second. Y'all go crazy. Do shit in the chat or whatever. Okay, we're back. We're back. We can continue. We can continue. We can continue. Ah, yes, all the Gregnance going on in the chat. I appreciate I appreciate my little chudlings holding on to the usual, our calling card of the pregnant man. I appreciate that. My little chudlings in the Gregnant. Love you guys. My little chudlings rising up. Okay, well, let's do this. I balance every weapon. It's an hour long! Oh, fuck. Okay. Ugh. It's an hour long, guys. I can't watch this. I can't watch. It's too long. Could have been 20 minutes. I'll start at the very least.
Yep, you heard me right.
I'll start at the very least. Hold on, I have to adjust the window here. Where's the bar begin and the bar end? So put you there. Oh no, it was already fine. There we go. It's already fine. It's already fit to frame. We're I accidentally muted myself. Sorry. Whenever I shimmy my cord on my microphone, it mutes on OBS now. I don't know why. It just does. Anyways, closed captioning on. Everything's fit. We're good. Can I skip the introduction? I kind of don't care. I'm gonna skip the intro. I'm just gonna go straight into his balance changes. All right. We're going straight into Scout. Straight into Scout. Is there anything worth noting other than him advertising a chair? He's got a sponsorship for chairs. Okay.
Started. Alright, so here's how I'm gonna format each segment. For each weapon, I'm gonna first describe the problem I have with an item. Then, I'll present the solution where I tell you the changes I made to the item in question. Then, I'll present the goal where I say what I hope these changes will do to alleviate the problem. So, let's start simple by talking about the backscatter.
In my opinion, the backscatter is fine. I really don't see anything wrong with this weapon. In my opinion, it's okay if all weapons are not on the same playing field. Like, not everything has to be equally viable. This weapon is fun. But let's see what he has to say. Like, I will say this. I would not mind a slight buff. I think a slight buff is fine. A slight buff's okay. Like, maybe drop the accuracy to 10%, give it one more shot. Just a little less harsh of penalties for using it. Maybe. But we'll see. Let's see what he has to say. There's a donation. I'll have to read that real quick. I remember you saying you dislike taunts becoming emotes like dancing taunts we get nowadays. I was curious, what do you think of the conga and the Kazatsky kick when they were added? I think things like that are fine in moderation. Just like, I've always stood by the point that, like, wacky shit is fine in moderation, right? Everything's fine in moderation, but once it became the standard and the norm, it loses all charm, and it just got too out of control and out of hand. So, like, one or two things like the conga and the Kazatsky kick are totally fine, but when it just got too out of control, then it's just, there's no fucking point. Like, why bother? I don't care. I really don't want to give a stream recap. I appreciate the $2, but you're gonna have to go watch the VOD. Anyways.
This item falls into the camp a lot of other unlocks do, where it's not terrible per se, but it's still pretty far from good. You can use the backscatter in just about
I don't know, I think it's good. I wouldn't say it's far from good. I think it's still pretty good. It's a scatter gun.
Any match and you can still do alright, but it doesn't do enough to stick out. Here's the problem. The backscatter tries to promote a flank-heavy playstyle where you surprise your enemies with backshots.
Is that wrong? I don't think it's a bad thing.
Wait, that sounded bad. The backscatter tries to promote a playstyle where you catch your enemies by surprise and then blow their backs out. Alright, whatever, it's good enough. The problem is that the backscatter is only moderately better at flanking enemies compared to the stock scattergun, and the backscatter has so many penalties it's hardly ever worth using the thing. So it just kinda collects dust in most people's inventories unless they really like playing Penis Scout. And you know what? I can respect
Such a dumb fucking meme.
that. What the backscatter needs is a nudge to make its flanking potential stronger so it has a bigger edge over stock at the playstyle it tries to promote. So, here's my proposed solution. Every time you get a mini crit kill with the backscatter...
No. No. Automatically no. Scout does not need speed boosts. It's like, the Scout does not need to go faster. Scout does not need to go faster. Like, you could have done something simple. You could have just given it an extra shot. You could have tightened up the accuracy a little bit, so, you know, it's a little bit more on par, but, like, no. No, 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 no. I think it's a terrible idea.
Scatter, you are now granted a 3-second speed boost. Here's the goal with this change. Now, the user is rewarded for successfully utilizing its upside, and it should be much more rewarding to use. And that speed boost you gain on kill will make the backscatter great for hit and run attacks, or you could use the speed boost to keep the pressure on.
You already do hit and run as Scout. You're the fucking fastest class, and you're the fastest and the most mobile class in the game. So fuck it, make him faster, with literally no downside to his speed. Like, the reason why the babyface's blaster works so well is because you have to be consistently dealing damage to maintain that speed boost, and because you get sneezed on and it kills it off immediately. Like, here, there's literally no downside to having that speed boost. That's way too strong. in my opinion. Like, you could have done there's so many other little tweaks you could have done. This would be really cancerous to fight, because like now the scout gets a kill and then he's just gone. Zip, he's out of there. It's like, no, I don't like that at all. Again, just, you could have given it an extra shot. You could have increased the range, like, cause like the mini crits don't take effect until you're very close, right? You could have just extended the range when the mini crits start taking effect. There's like it doesn't need much, just a little tweak, right? Like a little tweak. Or maybe even something simple, like maybe like a faster reload speed. Like, you don't need to do this really drastic change, like speeding up Scout. I think it's a terrible idea.
Pretty reasonable change, right? I think so. So let's move on to another weapon I'm changing. But let's just say this time, I got a little experimental. The sun on a stick. Here's the problem.
We all know this sucks shit. We all know the sun on a stick sucks. It's in desperate need of doing something different, right? Like, it's useful, right? The sun on a stick, it's very situationally useful. It does what it's supposed to do very well, but it requires a pyro on your team or on the enemy team, and you constantly running in to fire. It's like, it's not good. It sucks. It's easily one of the worst weapons in the game. So,
This item, alongside the volcano fragment for pyro, were designed to be comboed together in medieval mode. You light someone on fire with the axe.
No, just do it with another pyro. The best combo in medieval mode is axe extinguisher pyro, volcano fragment pyro, and just chain pyro kills. Way more fun. Do that. Don't use them. Don't use the crits with this thing.
Then bash them with the sun on a stick for a quick 1-2 punch. No one has ever successfully pulled off this combo since 2011. This item sucks in the niche side mode it was designed for, and it's even worse in the base game.
Agreed, it sucks.
The item's entire identity is predicated on variables completely out of your control. The item necessitates a friendly pyro, and sure, those aren't too hard to come by. But what if your pyro is terrible and they can never light anyone on fire? What if your friendly pyro...
hard. The pyro is designed so the freshest of fresh installs can set someone on fire. I gotta dog him for that statement. Like, it's not that hard to set someone on fire.
Pyro is too
let's
good,
see what he's gotta
and
say.
no one can stay alive long enough to be whacked by your stick. So in order to use the sun on a stick effectively, you need a friendly pyro who's just good enough to light people on fire, not good enough to actually kill them, and you have to be just close enough to them.
I did that 3 months ago.
So you can hit the people
Fair.
they light on fire with your melee weapon.
Yeah, the issue.
As for the fire,
the issue is that it's far too situational, right? It's way too situational. That's the consensus, and it sucks because of that.
Resistance while deployed. I've got 2 words. It friggin' sucks. Shoot, I mean, it's bad. It's bad. This item is literal hot garbage. These days, it's as relevant as the game it was a promotion for. To even give the item a chance of being useful, it needs to be reworked from the ground up to put its effectiveness into your own hands.
Okay.
So here's my solution. I kept the motif of being lit on fire in critical hits, but it's not the enemy who's gonna be on fire anymore. Yep,
What?
That's right. I reworked the sun on a stick to set yourself on fire.
Everyone's favorite. Everyone's favorite, take more damage, deal more damage. Everyone's favorite mechanic in TF2 is take more damage and deal more damage. Oh my god. Sure, it has to. This might be bait. This can't be real.
While you are on fire, the sun on a stick will always deal critical hits.
This is awful. This is genuinely awful. Why would you ever use this? Why would you ever willingly continue to be on fire with the smallest health pool in the game and then run at someone with your fucking melee while the pyro is absolutely melting you and just fucking whack at him? This is the dumbest shit. This is the suicide item that will never fucking work. Like, this has to be a joke. Like, what else is there? There has to be more.
And you can set yourself on fire using alt fire. It'll do 25 damage and inflict full afterburn on yourself. But during the period you're on fire, you'll be doing guaranteed unlimited critical hits with every swing.
Is that it?
While on fire, the sun on a stick would
Is that it? There's nothing else? That's it? Oh my
have
god.
the highest DPS of every scout melee by far, with the caveat that accessing that extra damage potential means
Requires you to die. Accessing that extra damage potential requires you to die, either by your own hand or a pyro. Wonderful. Love it. Like, there's a reason why the scout melees, the most popular scout melees are the ones that are utilities, right? The Atomizer, the fucking Sandman, even the fucking Rap Assassin. These are things that are more utility or damage dealer at range. The ones that are just normal melee, where you smack someone at melee range, are unpopular because if you're already huffing someone's farts, you can just two-tap them with a scattergun, right? Why? This is like, this is now, oh my god, I can't even, it's like worse than just like the stock bat, because sure, you have to take, what is that, 4 damage per tick for 8 seconds, you lose 60 health. You lose 60 fucking health and die. Oh my god. Delete half your health.
means actively taking damage yourself and putting yourself in a very vulnerable position. I also put some
No scout is gonna willfully put themselves into a more vulnerable position just to do more damage with their fucking melee.
checks in place to make sure you can't just spam this thing for free damage. Firstly, I added an 8-second cooldown to the flame ability, and I made it so
Until there's a pyro on the enemy team.
critical kills extinguish yourself. So you can't just go hopping from victim to victim with unlimited free crits. This is one of
Until there's a pyro on the enemy team.
the changes I am very iffy on, but the idea was too funny in my head to not implement, and I let my intrusive thoughts win. The way I picture this item in my head is a desperation move.
Like, the reason why the Boston Basher works so well is because it rewards you by not damaging you when you land a hit. But with this one, you have to commit to taking a shitload of damage just to kill somebody. Why would you ever use this? Oh my god.
Say you're in a fight and you don't have time to reload, but you just really want to see your enemy dead. What you do is you take the sun on a stick out, light yourself on fire, and go out in a blaze of glory. Heading back to the realm of reality, let's
Okay, this thing blows, 100%. No one enjoys getting one-tapped by a grenade or a rocket. Candy cane, yeah. I could have sworn I had come up with some kind of a rework for this thing, but now I don't remember what I did. Like, I made that damage resistances and vulnerabilities video years ago, and now I can't remember what I said about this one. I forgot what I suggested to do to change it. Shit, what did I say? Fuck. What did I say? Oh god, I can't remember what I said about this thing. Anyway, it needs a change because the damage vulnerability on explosive is really bad. Oh. Did I say minus 15 health? Okay, yeah. So having a health penalty on this one makes far more sense than the Sandman. Like, having 110 health with this makes more sense than with the Sandman. I think that's a better idea. But we'll see what he says.
discuss some changes to a weapon that are a lot less exotic. The candy cane. This weapon isn't completely awful, all things considered.
Can I shit on his gun? Bonzo Nod is a tragedy. It is a crime against this game that fucking skin was put in TF2. And not only does he have it, but he has it in strange and unusual and in anything other than factory new. I'm insulted by this just appearing on my screen right now. This skin is an abomination. It looks like a pile of vomit. It's horrible. Like, dude, the what? At least use your own skin. Like, at least use the skin you made. Don't use this. Ugh. Good job in the last video. Still haven't finished watching it. Really trying to hit that 8-minute. Yeah, I really pushed that 8-minute mark boundary for sure. But thanks for the $10. I appreciate it. The what and the chuckle nuts are one and the same now. There was a really funny comment. There was a really funny comment someone said the other day. You are will Richter get mad at me? No, Richter didn't say this, but someone else did. You are no more than 3 weapon rebalance videos away from making minimum wage as a member of a Chuckle Nut, as a member of the Chuckle Nuts. So I just found that funny. To be fair, that applies to any TF2 YouTube. You know, you are no more than 3 fun fact or weapon rebalance videos away from making minimum wage as a TF2 YouTuber. You don't even have to be a member of the fucking Chuckle Nuts to do that. I just found that really funny. Anyways, skin sucks.
But there's one aspect of the item that seems small at first, but completely ruins it. While equipped, you passively receive 25% more damage from all explosive attacks. One of them being Demoman's grenade launcher. A direct pipe from almost every grenade launcher in the game will deal a clean 100 damage.
And if you're in any competent range near a soldier, he's also going to one-tap you with most rockets. So
Increase that by 25%, and you get 125, aka the exact amount of health Scout has. Things get even worse when you factor in that grenade launchers don't have damage fall-off, so you can get killed instantly by pipes you didn't even see coming from super long distances.
Yeah, like, the downside could work if the upside was a really beneficial trade-off, but it's really not. Just dropping small health kits on kill it's just not worth it. It's really not.
Demoman is one of Scout's strongest matchups, and the Candy Cane completely flips it on its head to the point where you actively have to avoid Demomen and peek around corners like it's goddamn Five Nights at Freddy's. Enough of that. The solution is to simply take that 25% damage vulnerability and reduce it by 5%.
It still sucks because, again, like, you still run the risk of getting one-tapped by soldiers. I'm surprised you didn't even take that into account, because if you're facing off a soldier, you know, you're keeping yourself at medium to close range to kill him more quickly, but then if you have to aim even worse as soldier to down a scout, and like one of the main counters to scout is soldier because he doesn't have to land a direct hit. And having the 20%, like, damage vulnerabilities suck in general. They're just not fun to have. Any weapon that has one sucks to use, and people don't use them for that reason. Because, like, why willingly take more damage for a trade-off that's situational, right? It goes for the Claymore, goes for the Candy Cane, goes for the bear paws, warrior spirit, all of those, right? They're just not fun. The only one that gets away with it is the power jack, because when you have that out, you're only using it when you're not engaging with somebody, right? To get to the front line faster. And so its downside never manifests because you're using your flamethrower at the range. Like, Pyro's only melees that are worth using as a melee are the Extinguisher and the Third Degree. The Third Degree being hideously situational because you have to have someone healing the person you're hitting, and then the Extinguisher because it's just the best option, because you always get fucking damage, and if you're in someone's face anyways, just melt them. And try and find, sure, the back scratcher if your team doesn't have a medic, of course. But the Home Wrecker is utility, right? The Home Wrecker isn't used for damage, it's used for being a Pybro, right? You're not using it to melee people to death, and most people are using that to knock off sappers, right? And then you're using the Neon Annihilator as a meme, and then no one uses the stock Fire Axe. So, yeah, Power Jack gets away with it because you're using it as a utility to get to the front line. But every other weapon that has a damage vulnerability, or a damage vulnerability fucking sucks.
To just 20%.
I still like, and so like, and the way I say, and the way I said it in my video is, I feel like it's much more clear and evident to the player when, okay, instead of a damage vulnerability or a resistance, just have it change their base health. But naturally, that's not going to work because, like, it doesn't translate over to bullet or fire, and it's only against blast. So, I don't know. I feel like just reducing his max health to 110 on the Candy Cane is better than the explosive thing, because you're not getting close enough to a pyro for him to kill you. If you're comped in a scout, you get shredded by hit scan anyway in a fraction of a second if it's a sentry gun, so the 15 fewer health doesn't matter anyway. Heavies have to aim at you, but if you're in their face, you're gonna melt them regardless. So I don't know. I feel like just taking it to 110 is fine, or better at least. I don't know. It's only better than this, only in that you're seeing that you have 110 health, right? And it's like, oh, I have 125, I can take this rocket. No, lol, you die. So, yeah, or 115, right? So yeah, 115, so a point-blank rocket can't kill you. That's a good point, yeah. Does point-blank rockets do 109? Or 112? Is it 109 or 112? Or is it 107? It's over 100 damage. I just forget the exact value. But yeah, take it to 115. Is it 112? Yeah, it's 112. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so take it to 115 so you don't get one tapped by us too. You don't get one tap, but like, yeah, it's 10 less health, but then it's 10 less health enough? I don't know. This is tricky. It's tricky. It's tricky to get this one right. Again, it's like, what else could you do? Let's work through this. What's a better idea than a damage vulnerability on this, or just minus, or like a minus maximum health? Something else, because I love the idea of being able to drop health packs for you and your friends, you know, and killing people to get health packs, right? So it not only helps you, but it helps your friends, right? Like, what else? No random crits is kind of a default and doesn't really do much. Less healing from mediguns? That's not a terrible idea. Yeah, maybe, yeah, less healing from other sources other than health packs might be a good idea, actually. I like that, because that's what the, that's like what the escape plan and the equalizer do, is less healing from everything except health packs. I kind of like that. That seems to be a good idea. Less ammo doesn't mean much in this game, unless you're playing heavy. Or Demo Man. Alt-click, blow yourself up, slightly slower movement speed. I just don't like the idea of messing with movement speed too much in the game, because like having set speeds in TF2 is very important, and the things that alter it have to be very carefully tweaked and managed. I don't like the idea of doing that too much. No overheal? That could be decent. I kind of like that one too. That might be a little overly punishing, but maybe no overheal is not too. Something health related feels more logical. So yeah, no overheal. Less overheal, not no overheal. But then is the downside really that bad? Like 50% less overheal is not much, right? Yeah, maybe no overheal is good. I feel like that's the best one we've come up with. No overheal is probably pretty good. Either no overheal or slower healing from mediguns and dispensers, like the back scratcher. Maybe slower healing from other healing sources is probably maybe the better one. Let's move on. We got a long ways to go. We'll keep it at that.
No longer kill you in one shot. Easy peasy balancing. If only every weapon were that easy to balance. Here's one that might be a bit more on the controversial side. The Mad...
Is he gonna nerf it? I don't know if it needs to be nerfed, man. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't know, man. It's like, it's really strong in 1v1 matchups, but if you're really using this as a support item that requires for the rest of your team to focus the people that have the Mad Milk on them, and relying on that is like, I don't know, it's not consistent enough. The Mad Milk is really strong, but there's a very good reason why most people don't use this. It's because the pistol is a lot more reliable. Yeah, that's the point. You have to not use the pistol in order to use this, because the pistol is just so much more consistent, and it's just better damage always, or more damage always. Yeah, sacrifice your pistol, which improves your damage range as well. Yeah, it's strong, but it's definitely not overpowered. I really don't think this one needs to be changed at all. I really don't.
Mad Milk. The problem with the Mad Milk is that it's just way too spammable. By merely clicking in someone's general...
How spam... The recharge on this thing is slow. What do you mean by spammable? What?
Direction, you instantly gain a massive leg up in any fight, and things get even crazier when you throw it onto groups of enemies, because now your entire team has a massive leg up in any...
I mean, sure, they have a leg up, but it's temporary and has like a slow cooldown. I mean, the same goes for the Girardi, the same goes for the ban. Like, banners are really strong, but there's a reason why these things have charge. So, okay. So alternatively, maybe have this thing charge with damage and not have it charge automatically. But it's like saying this thing is spammable is silly.
Fight. On its own, the ability to provide that kind of healing to your team isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, all of Soldier's banners have similar team-oriented perks, but they aren't necessarily overpowered. The problem with the Mad Milk is just how free it is. You can squirt your milk everywhere to your heart's
It's not free. You give up your fucking pistol. You give up either the fucking Pretty Boy's pocket pistol, which is more... So, you give up the Pretty Boy's pocket pistol, which is free health at range. You give up the Winger, which is faster jump height. I love the Winger, by the way. You give up the normal pistol. It's like, you give up a way better option. It's not really free.
Content. It's refilled when you spawn, it refills passively, and you can even recharge it instantly by using the resupply cabinet at any time.
I think that's
if you want to be a
fine.
real rat bastard,
Who does this? No one does this.
You can run back and
Has
forth.
anyone ever seen this in game? Has anyone ever done this in game? What? I just, you're kind of pulling something out of thin air, man. I'm not feeling this one at all. I ain't seen this. This is a strategy that is otherwise not popular.
Between the team
I mean, you
fight
could, but you could do this with like Girardi too.
the resupply room and constantly spray milk.
The thing is, like, this isn't fun, right? This isn't fun. The reason why the Mad Milk gets a pass is the inherent philosophy behind Team Fortress 2, right? Most people are thinking about themselves. Most people are thinking about their own individual experience and who they are going to shoot, right? So most people use the Mad Milk and the Girardi very selfishly. Same for soldier banners. They usually pop them with their own self-interest in mind. Very, very rarely are you going to find someone going well out of their way to completely sacrifice the fun of their own individual experience to constantly do this outside of spawn. That's why you never see this happen, because, like, inherently this isn't really fun.
Everywhere, giving your team a massive advantage every couple seconds. If we want to balance the Mad Milk, we need to seriously increase the amount of time it takes for Scout to pump out a jar of the white stuff.
And then no one's gonna use this, because if you have to wait forever, that's why no one uses the gas passer.
So here's how we fix it. You can no longer regenerate Mad Milk from resupply cabinets. You no longer spawn with it immediately ready.
You're just turning this into the gas passer. Now no one's gonna use this. Please don't nerf it. It's fine. It's totally fine. No. No.
And every time you die, the charge is set back to 0.
Why? Not even the gas passer has that. What do you mean the charge gets reset to 0 when you die? What? At least with the gas passer, right? At least with the gas passer, you just have to sneeze on them so they get set on fire, right? But like with this, it's like you can hit them from a distance, get 3 health back, and then you have to... What the fuck? Oh, it's like the average lifespan of someone in TF2 is insanely short. So like it's the chances of you dying before you can even use this is way higher. Like, it's now worse than the gas passer's penalties. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, it's a horrible change. The Mad Milk is fine. You don't need to change it. You really don't. It's okay. Leave it the way it is. Please, don't change this. Like, I would say most of Scout's kit is pretty fine. Like, only a couple things might need to be buffed, but like, I don't see anything that needs nerfing in Scout's kit at all.
It also doesn't charge passively over time anymore. Now, it takes 300 damage to charge a full bottle of milk. However,
you just turn this into the gas passer. This is just the gas passer.
Extinguishing teammates still reduces the cooldown by 25% as a reward for being a good little teammate.
Yeah, great. Then you have to... That's so
here's
bad.
the goal with my milk changes. Make it much less spammable, and make it a resource you actively have to work towards, like Soldier's banners. If you're good at Scout, and you're dishing out damage left and right, you're gonna be chucking around milk just as much as before.
Yeah, this relies on someone consistently landing meat shots on stragglers that have left the team fight and chaining them over and over again, and relying on the scout not fucking dying. Because when he dies, sorry, all of that effort you put forth to recharge your milk is now gone. Oh, that sucks. Oh my god. Like, just, like, that would have been more tolerable if he didn't have it reset on death. Like, this would have been, like, at least palatable, but the reset charge on death is terrible. Oh, God.
Maybe even more. But the difference now is that you earned it. So good job, champ. 1, 2, buckle my shoes.
No! No! Leave my Fanowar alone! I like my Fanowar. You don't need to buff it. You don't need to nerf it. Leave it alone. The Fanowar's fine. This thing is fun. It doesn't need to be changed. Leave it alone. I like the Fanowar.
The Fanowar? Okay, here's the problem. Marking an
want him
enemy
to
for
change
death for 15 whole seconds is a pretty good upside. But the problem is that the class it belongs to already does great close range damage.
Yeah, and then you get to do more. It's really fun. You smack someone with the fan, and then you get the force of nature, and you two-tap anybody or one-tap light classes. It's fun. Don't change it.
Why go through the effort of getting in melee range, marking someone for death, and hoping a teammate secures the kill?
Because it's fun. It's fun doing that. You don't rely on your teammate to secure the kill. You do it yourself because it's fun. No!
When you can just get the job done yourself in less time with a couple clean meat shots. The Fanowar doesn't really.
I hate that logic. It's all you can do. It's like, yeah, it's worse. It's worse than the more oh my god. It's like this goes into like optimizing the fun out of the game, right? This assumes that like people are always seeking out the most efficient way to kill people. And like they remove the fun factor from this. No, don't do that. Like it's fine that this isn't like the most efficient way to kill people, usually. Like, no.
Synergize well with Scout's kit. So outside of man versus
it synergizes so well with everything.
machine, you hardly ever see this item being played.
I use it all the time. Sure, I'm in the minority, but I use this all the time. I always either run the Rap Assassin or the Fanowar.
So here's how we fix that. Now, the Fanowar deploys and holsters 20.
Why? You switch weapons so fast. Okay.
5% quicker. The goal of this change is to turn the Fanowar from a team support item to a combo weapon.
It already is. It doesn't like you're okay. He's buffing it? Why are you buffing it?
That also functions as a support item. With the faster deploy and holster speed, you can now whack someone to mark them for death.
Like you don't need to change it. It doesn't need a buff. It doesn't need a buff. You just leave it the way it is. Sure, it's a buff, but just leave it. It doesn't need it.
And quickly swap weapons to unleash a high damage combo. I feel like it could be very potent with an item like the Soda Popper or Force of Nature with their faster firing speed.
No, sure, like
overall,
it's not bad.
This is a simple change,
right? Like it's not bad. Sure, it's fine. Like I don't think it needs a buff. It's fine as it is.
That I feel could give the Fanowar much more synergy with the rest of Scout's kit. Another item in Scout's arsenal I'm giving some meaty buffs.
What's he gonna do to this? What is he gonna do to the Babyface's blaster? It got nerfed before. It got nerfed before because this rumor went around that people were outrunning their hitboxes, which was never a thing. That did not exist. People just could not aim. People outrunning their hitboxes never existed. So what's he gonna do with this? My guess is that he's gonna reduce the amount of boost lost on damage taken. That's what I think.
Is the Babyface's blaster. At its foundation, I think it's a solidly designed item that rewards good scouts with great movement. But oh my god, using this weapon is such a punishing experience, it's not even fun. It's like trying to play
very fun.
Scout in a world where every weapon is the Natasha. It sucks. You work so hard to get full boost, and all it takes to lose everything is getting tickled across the map.
I think that's fine because a scout that moves even faster is insanely powerful, so it has to have these downsides to keep it in check.
I swear, your average grandma could take a harsher beating than a scout using this item. If the Babyface—
Like, I'm willing to concede that maybe a small buff is fine. Like, put back the accuracy bonus. Remember when it had that? Like, put back the accuracy bonus. That's fine. Less shots in the clip. put back the accuracy bonus. I'm willing to do that, but like beyond that, it doesn't need anything else.
Ace's blaster is ever gonna be more fun to use, it needs to be made less punishing. I increase the amount of damage it takes to fully deplete your boost from 20 to 60. And I reduce the amount of boost lost on double jumping from 75% to 50%.
Is it really that different with this then? I don't know. I feel like this isn't a big change. Yeah, I think 60 damage is quite a bit to completely lose your boost. I wouldn't drop it, like maybe 35 or 40. Yeah, see, and now people in here are saying now it's too strong. Like, I agree. Like, it needs to be punishing because making Scout faster is really strong. So just I don't like that because just. Yeah, make the 60 into 40 and we're good. I would agree with that. Yeah, the problem is that a lot of weapons in this game do 80 to 100 damage per shot, so it wouldn't be that noticeable. Yeah, it would only be noticeable to chip damage, right? And that, I guess, makes sense and make it less annoying to fight when you get sneezed on by, like, a single bullet from across the map, fine. But it's still, it just makes it doesn't need to be buffed. I think it's fine. Like, I wouldn't buff it by adjusting the speed stuff. I would buff it by increasing the accuracy by like 10% or 20% like it used to be. I think that's more fun, right? Like it rewards accuracy, but it rewards accuracy, rewards good aim by giving you slightly more aim. 4 shots in the clip. I think that's more fun.
No big rework or anything, I'm just tweaking some numbers a bit. Hopefully now, it should take more than a stiff breeze to lose everything you work towards. You're not going to have to worry about taking chip damage from across the map and losing most of, if not all of your boost.
Scout is so strong with faster movement speed
to
that
mid-range
it
fights
should
where
be
you're
a
actually
sneeze
putting
to
your
get rid
boost
of
on
it
the
all.
line,
It's also
as
so
it should be.
It's also so easy to get it back. Like it's not that much damage to charge it.
Now, the item should feel much less punishing to use without being so forgiving. You can just run at the speed of sound unchallenged. Another primary weapon to get some quality of life buffs.
Shortstop needs a buff. The only buff that I think the shortstop needs is a slightly faster reload speed. I think the reload speed on this thing is way too punishing. Just make the reload speed faster, change nothing else, and it's fine. Yeah, revert it back to the faster reload speed. And the shove is useless. Like the shove is pointless. Just give it back the faster reload speed. And yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, so my gripe with the reload speed is like you're so used to a set reload speed on all the other primaries, and this one is so slow that like by the time you think it's done and you like swap to it or put it away, it didn't finish reloading. It's so sluggish. It just makes it really. It's just not fun. If it's anything other than a faster reload speed, I'll be very upset.
Is the shortstop. A lot of people like this item, and it's
also no health buff. Like I think giving Scout a larger health pool is not a good idea. Just make the reload speed faster.
Kind of grown on me over time, but damn, if this weapon's stats ain't clunky. This item is some sort of Frankenstein's monster hodgepodge of like 5 different reworks over the years. From being a pay-to-win item, to just being okay, to being gutted, and being given a shove for some reason. Seriously, this item is for mid-range combat.
No, the spread's already very tight. Like the shortstop's accuracy is the shortstop's already 40% more accurate than the scattergun. So it's got a really tight spread.
Why on God's green earth was it given a shove? Alright, so the item's clunky. In order to fix the shortstop, let's just remove the clunkiness and lean into the item's strength as a mid-range damage dealer. And while we're at it, we may as well give the shove some buffs because it's here to stay at this
No, we don't need the shove, just get rid of it.
Point. As far as changes go, I removed the push force penalty.
No, I think that's fine. You gotta have some downside, man. Like, it's a good gun at mid-range, and I, like the push force penalty, I don't really see it as an issue.
Gave the item fixed spread.
No.
Increased the weapon's ramp up to be on par with other scatterguns. Doubled the strength.
Like, so if you do fixed spread on the shortstop, it now becomes insanely accurate, super accurate. Like, random bullet spread is like, the random bullet spread widens the spread enough where it's not super strong. So I made a video about this I made a video about this on my main channel, where if you turn off random spread on the shortstop, it makes it super accurate. So I don't think that's a good idea.
Of the shove, and gave the shove a whole assortment of quality of life buffs.
So like, okay, so he wants to simplify the weapon, but then gives it a bunch of different stats. Just increase the reload speed. That's all you had to do. Increase the reload speed.
To make it less clunky.
Increase the reload speed so its DPS is on par with other scatterguns at the same range, and that's it.
Use. The goal of these changes is to lean in.
There's a very narrow window of ranges with the shortstop where it meets the same DPS or outmatches the stock scattergun, right? It's a very narrow range of distances from target. So just increase the reload speed, and that's it.
The shortstop's strengths. It's the best primary weapon for mid-range combat as Scout, but something that got in the way of the shortstop achieving its full potential is random bullet spread.
No.
That made the item very inconsistent at the thing it's supposed to be good at.
What do you mean? What? It still does the thing! It does the thing! It was not the spread, it was the fucking nerfs it got! Stop it! Give it reload speed!
You just simply can't trust the bullets to go where you want them to, because it's left purely to—
There is a very fascinating fact, by the way, that I did not know. So, TF2's random spread isn't 100% random. I'm not a source code wizard, so I don't fully understand this. So, something to do with, like, I don't know why TF2's code does this, but it's not random. There's actually 256 templates that the bullet configuration can land on. And so it's a 1 out of 256 chance to get a specific spread. So it's pretty interesting, isn't it? It's not truly random. It's one of 256 different patterns that you can get. And it selects them at random. So technically, if you had like a big overlay of all 256 templates, you could like find the sweet spot where you need to aim all the time in order to maximize the amount of damage you do. So that's curious. It's not really a CSGO spray pattern because it's just a bunch of different templates and one is pulled out at random. So, but yeah, that's how bullet spread works. I only found that out a few days ago. It's fascinating. Jane, or WGet, formerly known as Jane on YouTube, found that. I hope they make a video about that because that'd be really cool. I would love to see like a big display of all of the individual spread templates. That would just be a cool visualization of how random spread works in TF2. Because now we know it's not truly random where your spread goes. It's one of a bunch of set templates. So WGet, message to you, make that video. I saw what you're talking about, and apparently it's hard to like pull out the individual values to recreate those templates. But you're the person to figure it out. I'd love to see that shit because it just fascinates me. Please do that. It'd be a really cool video.
A chance, even with tighter spread. With fixed bullet spread, the shortstop becomes a much more reliable tool for the range it was designed for. And as far as the shove goes, it's not something you're gonna be using—
That is so AIDS. I don't think anyone wants to be like knocked back by a scout like that. Just get rid of the shove. It doesn't need to exist. It just becomes an additional cancerous thing to fight. I think it's just standard. Doom 93 also uses 256 numbers as RNG to things like player and zombie attacks or similar things. There you go. It's also a 16-bit value, so it might have something to do with that, but I don't know. So it's just cool.
The time. In fact, it's still probably really bad.
Yeah, that shove is really strong. It does not need to be that powerful.
At the very least,
just
you can shove people off of cliffs with some sort of consistency now.
Force of nature. You want to shove someone off a cliff? Force of nature already exists. Force of nature. Did I gain weight? Yes, I did, motherfucker. I'm going to the gym. I gained 40 pounds, and I'm really happy. I'm not a fucking beanpole anymore. Like I'm actually really happy with like my progress on my muscle building. It's like I'm actually like getting mass on my arms now. It's pretty good. I'm excited about it. I'm gaining weight. I'm not a fucking twig anymore.
If the shove is gonna be
My
a meme
luck with
stat,
newbie games
at
has been
least
good.
let it be a funny one. Alright, here's the one you were all waiting for. The item to receive the single harshest nerf in the history of TF2.
There are so many ideas for the Sandman. Very curious to see what he does. There's so many ideas I've seen presented to unnerf it from its hellhole that it was put in. I presented my idea already, which is just making it a fun combo item with the cleaver. If it's marked for death at range, I'll be pissed, but I don't think he's gonna do that.
2. The Sandman. Talk about a fall from grace. A completely deserved fall from grace. A fall from grace that was 100% warranted. The type of fall from grace
would have been fine if you could still shoot back, but the fact you can't shoot back was the absolute worst thing about this, right? Because you're just fucked. All you can do is shimmy around and hope that your giant collision hole misses the cleaver, right? It's like not only did it slow you down, but you can't fight back. Like, I don't mind being slowed down, but at least I could shoot you to reduce the chances of getting one-tapped by the cleaver.
Grace so warranted, I want to smoke the same crack as the people who think it
did so much damage.
Isn't warranted. But a fall from grace nonetheless. Yeah, it's no secret that the current Sandman kind of sucks balls. There's a case to be made that
you can have a festive Sandman.
It isn't quite as bad as people make it out to be, but that's a can of worms for another time, and I'm already gonna offend enough people with this video. Point is, the Sandman is an unfortunate weapon, because not only
why make it festive? It's so ugly.
Is it seriously unrewarding and unfun to use, for the person on the receiving end of the ball, it's just as obnoxious. It's a lose-lose scenario. For the Scout, slowing enemies isn't gonna do a whole lot for the fastest class in the game. It's not like Scout.
Like, I understand the design philosophy behind the Sandman. It's like, okay, we give the Scout a health penalty, and it slows down the person he's fighting so he can close the distance between him and his target and kill them faster. Like, I understand the philosophy behind it, but the execution is piss poor.
Scout really has a problem catching up to his enemies. And for the person on the receiving end of the ball, sure, the slowing debuff of the baseball can be pretty easily bypassed and isn't gonna get you killed a lot of the time, but
I'm surprised he didn't mention that the slow is bugged, because if you just spam strafe, the slow, like the slowdown effect on the Natasha or the Sandman just goes away. If you're strafing, the slow effect doesn't affect you.
Stun effects in multiplayer shooter games always suck to fight against. So how do you even begin to fix the Sandman?
You just said you can easily bypass
the stun
it. Has
gotta go. But considering the stun is really the Sandman's...
To be fair, how many people use that tech? Not many. But the fact that it exists is a problem.
Only upside, you basically gotta rework the whole damn thing. So, what...
I'm also in the camp of completely reworking it, honestly. I'm in the camp of turning it into like just a DPS weapon of some kind. But making it interesting is hard. Making it fun and interesting is hard.
What does a good Sandman rework look like? Well, first off, it's gotta be fun to use. I mean, I hate to admit it just as much as the next guy, but the Sandman was seriously one of the most fun items to use in the game before it got
fucking
nerfed.
Strong.
It used to have so much sauce. And then Jungle Inferno...
Like, it was basically a guaranteed one tap on anything other than a heavy.
Reduced its sauce
really
factor
strong.
to 0. Using it is as dry as the Mojave Desert. So my first priority is giving the Sandman its sauce back. And my second priority is making sure that being on the receiving end of the Sandman ball isn't obnoxious. One common idea I've seen thrown around is replacing the slow on hit with a mark for death debuff. And here's 3
Please say why it's bad.
reasons why I am not going with that idea.
Good. Thank God. All right. Video has been saved. We're not doing mark for death at a distance. Thank God. We're saved.
First off, is that I'm not trying to rip off my buddy Fishstick too hard. Secondly, I feel like it would completely invalidate the Fan of War's existence and make it completely...
Thank you. Thank you. Common sense.
...obsolete. And the final reason is that I feel like a class as powerful as Scout really shouldn't have access to a powerful long-range debuff on such an...
Thank you.
...easy-to-use projectile.
Thank you.
Getting marked for death at long range wouldn't be quite as obnoxious as being slowed, but getting pelted with a hard-to-avoid projectile and being debuffed just doesn't sound fun on paper. So after mulling it around for a while, I think I've finally thought of a good middle ground. Here's my Sandman rework. Gone are the days of stunning and slowing your enemies. That functionality has been removed
8 seconds bleed.
completely.
Bleed on 8
Now,
seconds.
instead of slowing enemies down on hit, you speed yourself up.
Oh no, it's the wrong way to go. No, do not make the scout move faster.
When you land a ball on
What are the downsides?
an enemy player, now you gain a speed boost that scales with the amount of time the ball has
Oh my god, no.
traveled, up to a 7-second speed boost on a moonshot. That's nothing to scoff at, as speed
Yeah, nothing to scoff at because it's fucking strong.
is quite possibly the greatest asset you can have in TF2. On top of this new added utility, I've also increased the damage potential of the ball to
See, like, I think that's fine. Like, I would have put this as a DPS weapon where the damage scales with distance, really weak at close range, then strong at far range. Like, that's okay.
make it better for
Like 45 damage, like make it cap at 45 damage. Not 35 is too big, make it do 45. That's more fun.
Long range
and then
attack.
have some kind of like weak bonus or debuff or something. But
now
faster
this
movement speed is a terrible idea for
Sandman
Scout.
has reverse damage
Like
follow-up.
again, the only weapon that does it really well is the Babyface's blaster because it's so hard to maintain with its punishing downsides, and it hits the perfect middle ground.
Off like the Crusader crossbow does. The longer the ball travels, the more damage it will deal, up to a base 35 damage. And on top of that, moonshots with the Sandman are now a guaranteed critical hit.
That's fine.
Hitting a moonshot with my reworked Sandman deals a whopping 105 damage to
Okay, maybe not. That's really strong. I don't think Scout should be doing 100 damage at any distance like that. Unless it's a harder thing to pull off, because you can just spam that from across the map and do 105 to somebody with a projectile. Demo Man can do that with the lock and load, but at least it shatters on wall and does no splash, and it's only 100 damage. I don't
your
like
enemies. That's not enough to insta-kill anyone, but
that. That's a lot. That's a lot. Like what light classes are always walking around at full? Like, who's walking around at full health all the time?
is enough damage to leave a large dent in your enemy's health that you can capitalize on using the
like
speed
that.
boost you just gained.
Like, it was like that amount of damage is fine when it was in combo with the cleaver, right? Like the combo was the reward. That was sorry, the damage was the reward with the combo. You had to do the ball and then the cleaver. Just putting it all into the ball is a really bad idea.
With this rework, I think I successfully walked the tightrope and gave the Sandman its sauce back, but without
I so disagree. I'm gonna huff my own farts here, but I really like my idea of just putting this at like 15 to 45 damage with ramp up, and then making this a combo item with the cleaver. Like I think it exists fine as a niche utility, just for the cleaver, just like swords do with shields, or booties do with shields, right? I think it's fine to have an item like that. I don't think it needs to be. I think it's just too much. And the speed boost thing is really strong. Really strong. I don't like that either. Because, like, you can just spam the ball across the map, hit someone, and then you're running around with free speed. I don't like it.
being obnoxious to fight against. It also serves as a good counterpart to the Rap Assassin, because while the Rap Assassin would still be great,
Feels like the rebalancing community focuses way too hard on full reworks when small tweaks are usually much better. Yeah, I agree. Smaller tweak, like most things don't need insane reworks. Like naturally, everyone's opinion is going to change, right? For me, I think the short circuit needs to just be removed, but going too crazy is usually not a good idea. Been edging to your videos for so long, my penis is sanded out smooth. I'm so sorry. Maybe some, I recommend petroleum jelly, maybe. That'll help you out.
great for short to mid-range damage, the Sandman would offer more long-range damage and utility. So I don't feel like either one would completely overshadow the other. And speaking of the Rap Assassin,
No, the Rap Assassin is fine. It's okay. It's a fun little shitty item. You do your bleed. You don't, what are you gonna do to it? Don't, it's fine. You pair it with the cleaver, you get double the bleed. It's fine. Don't do anything to it.
I made some changes to it as well to help it keep up with the newly
I hope they're small.
buffed Sandman. The first change is a pretty simple one, but a difficult one to explain. See, the Rap Assassin is weird. I'm talking band kid who always tries to talk about FNAF lore, kind of weird. When you launch the bauble, it does 15 damage on impact, then 40 damage over the course of 5 seconds in bleed damage. Pretty simple, right? But during the Tough Break update, the Rap Assassin was giving splash damage as well. And the problem with the splash damage is that it's essentially random how much damage you deal. Anywhere from...
It really never needed splash damage. Honestly, it might as well not exist. It's really always meant to be a single target weapon. I would just remove the splash damage on it entirely. It does like 5 damage to anyone who's next to them. I just don't like it. Your Sandman changes are fairly good because the issue is that doing the cleaver combo sucks now. If it just boosted that, it'd be good. No, yeah, I agree. Again, it just acting as a simple utility to work solely with the cleaver is totally fine, like with swords and shields. I think that's okay.
4 to 24 damage. That is a pretty large discrepancy, and it makes the weapon's damage output very unreliable. So, let's fix that.
Just don't rely on the splash then.
Now, you deal a consistent and crisp 15 damage with the splash.
How often does one deal splash with the Rap Assassin? And how useful is that 15 damage? Like, I'm not offended by this. It's fine. I guess it's a buff in a way, but it's the situations in when this is realized are very few. I would just remove the splash entirely. It might as well not exist. And then maybe increase the base damage on the bobble to 20 instead of 15 if you're gonna buff it. I just don't think it needs to be changed.
Every time. No more RNG jank. And the second buff I gave to the Rap Assassin isn't even for the Rap Assassin. It's for the cleaver. Ever since the Sandman Cleaver combo was removed in Jungle and
What? No, you don't. Just make it combo with the Sandman.
Inferno, people have been
now he's
really
gonna make a combo with the Rap Assassin? Why?
Combo heavy playstyle that item promoted. The problem...
Splash damage is dealt at any time you hit an enemy alongside the initial hit. Sure, but even then, it's a very rare thing that's realized. I just don't think it ever needed splash.
Was that it was way too busted. Bringing back the old combo...
Like, it already might as well not exist. And then if it does exist in the way the what is presented, it's 15 fucking damage, which is nothing in the grand scheme, so it still might as well not exist. So just remove it and then slightly buff the base damage on the bobble. It's fine.
As it would not be healthy for the state.
And now he's gonna make the fucking combo with the cleaver.
Game. But I do want to bring back some semblance of that combo playstyle. So here's my compromise.
Just give it back to the Sandman, please. Just give it back to the Sandman. It doesn't need to be given to the Rap Assassin. It's already fine with the double bleed with the Rap Assassin and the cleaver is already really good. You don't need to do it with the fuck.
Instead of full crits to stun players.
No, that's really strong. No, leave it the way it is. Are you kidding? Just give it back. Give it back to the Sandman.
The cleaver will now deal mini crits to bleeding players. This new combo
just give it back to the Sandman.
Isn't quite as powerful as before, but you still are getting rewarded with bonus damage for good projectile
Did you forget that you have double bleed?
aim. This combo is powerful enough to nearly instantly drop a light class
bleed stacks
and put others on a ticking time bomb till death. However, due to no longer relying on stun mechanics as a crutch to execute, it takes a lot more skill to pull off this new combo, and it gives enemies a chance to dodge your attack.
Just give it back to the Sandman and make it do the mini crit or whatever it did with the Sandman. Like, this is no, it does not need to combo with the cleaver. It already pairs fine with the cleaver. Like, you just made the Sandman you made the Sandman just not fun to use. And then too strong because Scout just moves faster. And then it's like even with the changes he gave to the Sandman, most people would probably still not use it because you still have to hit the ball across the map to get the speed boost, which is just good for the Scout. Like the Sandman would still just go underused when all other alternatives are more fun. So just make the Sandman more fun by having it combo with the cleaver and then leave the Rap Assassin the same.
But not overpowered or cheap. Just what I'm looking for. And that is all of my Scout changes. Overall, I feel like most of them were pretty reasonable.
A couple of them were fine, but...
I said most. So, let's move on to Soldier, a class I bet a lot of you will agree has quite a few stinker unlocks.
If there are any changes to rocket launchers, I'm gonna be upset. If there are any changes to any rocket launchers, short of the Liberty Launcher, because you could make an argument for the Liberty Launcher to maybe do something different.
So let's give them some love. First things first, let's start with the weapon in TF2 that deserves to be buffed the most. The Righteous Bison.
Just revert it. Just revert the item. Put it back. That's all you have to do. Revert the nerfs, put it back exactly the way it was, and that's all you have to do. Great Blue is seething in the chat. Dude, we're just having fun. Relax. My God. Who cares? So some of these changes are really bad. Like, for the fucking Sandman one sucks, for example. The damn Sun on a Stick is like a meme as it was. Fine. It still sucks. A lot of the things he suggests that need changes don't really need changes or slight tweaks. Damn. We're just having a good time. Chill out. I know it's your buddy. I know you gotta protect your friend, but we're just poking at the fucking video.
I swear this item's existence is the closest video game balancing has ever
Just revert the Bison, by the way.
come to being a Greek tragedy. It's something I've talked about at length before, so I'll keep it brief. It essentially went from being a meme weapon to receiving harsh nerfs in Meet Your Match for quite literally no reason at all,
Yes.
to supposedly being fixed in Jungle Inferno, only for that fix to have not been implemented correctly, leading to it being even worse than the Meet Your Match iteration. While it's pretty agreeable that the Gas Passer is probably the worst unlock in the game, as
Yes.
far as weapons intended for direct combat goes, the Righteous Bison is by and large the worst weapon in TF2.
I disagree. I think that goes to the Pomson. Pomson or Gas Passer. Like, well, Gas Passer, obviously, then Pomson, then the Bison. And so Gas Passer, Pomson. No, Gas Passer, Sun on a Stick, Pomson. Sandman, then the Bison. There's wiggle room, but it's not the worst.
So,
Hot Hand's also bad.
what exactly is the problem? The problem is hitboxes. The Righteous Bison is a very special weapon in regards to how its projectile hitbox interacts with enemies. With an item like, say, the Huntsman, when the projectile touches the enemy, it deals
Eviction
damage
notice too.
one
The eviction notice should have never been nerfed. Just put it back the way it was. It was so fun.
time. Not the Bison. Instead, the Righteous Bison deals damage multiple times as long as the projectile is making contact with the enemy's hitbox. So in order to maximize damage, you need to try and maximize the amount of time your enemy's hitbox is touching the weapon's projectile. However, unless you graduated with a PhD from Bad Weapon Academy, most of the time when attacking an enemy with the Righteous Bison, the hitbox will only connect once or twice, and that is dreadfully abysmal when the base damage of the item is 20 damage.
Yeah, and that's because they slowed down the projectile speed. When they slowed down the projectile speed, the likelihood for it to have multiple connections went down drastically. Because if you're just side strafing the damn thing, it just... ugh.
Oh my god, I want to cry and vomit just saying that out loud. Things get even worse when you consider that the Bison has one of the slowest projectiles in the game.
Again, just revert it.
Barely edging out the
Just
rocket
revert it.
launcher
Just put
in
it back the way
speed.
it was.
To use the Bison, you need to give up the shotgun, have a smaller clip size, sacrifice your ability to damage enemy buildings, have a slower firing speed, and successfully connect one of the slowest and buggiest projectiles in the game for the mere chance of doing like 60 damage if the stars align in your favor. Oh my god, it's so awful. I give up.
Yes, it's
No
bad.
more. We're gonna fix the Bison. Here's how.
Revert it.
Plead for... sorry.
Good.
I'm getting
Funny
ahead of
joke.
myself. Ironically, despite the Meet Your Match version of the Righteous Bison being abysmal dog shit, it was the closest it ever actually came to being a good weapon. Why? It removed some of the jank. Sure, the projectile was still absolutely horrid. For a brief period, it was the slowest projectile in the game. But the update changed the Bison to only hit enemies a single time, instead of the weird multi-hit gimmick it has now. So I'm going to take the idea Valve was going for with that iteration of the weapon and not absolutely butcher.
I no longer need to consider this video as a serious attempt to rework this game. I no longer need to consider this video as any serious attempt at at genuine caring about this game. No, if you say anything other than reverting the Bison, something is wrong with you.
The execution. The first change I made to the Bison
No, yeah, when they nerfed the Bison during Meet Your Match, whoever removed the multiple hits thing thought that was a bug. So that clearly shows whatever CSGO developer they got working on TF2 at the time had no idea what this game was.
is removing its ability to hit enemies multiple times.
Just use a shotgun. Just use a shotgun. That's it. Just use your shotgun.
Now, the Righteous Bison will only damage enemies one time on contact with the hitbox. But in exchange, I tripled the weapon's base damage.
Use a shotgun! Why would you ever use this? Like, great, you can just spam this across the map for free 60 damage, but like, where's the fun? There's no fun in this now. The fun was being able to hit people multiple times and having it penetrate the enemies as it does so. Just put it back the way it was. What?
Damage from 20 to
It's boring now.
60, as well as increase the damage ramp up. At maximum ramp up, the Bison deals 78 damage.
Like, sure, a damage buff is fine, but like the fun was penetrating enemies and hitting them multiple times. That was the great part about it.
This change improves the Bison tenfold. But let's go even further. Let's get rid of that weird, slow-ass projectile. I mean, come on. The Righteous Bison is a laser gun. What is this wimpy-ass laser? I increased the speed of the Righteous Bison's
that's fine. The projectile speed needs to be put back to where it was.
Projectile
fine.
From 1,200 hammer units per second to 2,100 hammer units per second.
Echo, it's not dinner time yet. It's not dinner time. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come here. Come here. It's not dinner time yet. It's not time to eat. I know you're a little fat shit, but it's not time to eat. It's not time. You gotta wait another 30 minutes. You eat your dinner at the same time every day, and every day you ask me to get it earlier. You wanna sit on my lap? Come here. Come on. No? Alright. I guess not. Right, and now she's just giving me her butt out of spite because she wants her dinner early. You can't eat early. It's not time yet. It's not time to eat. It's not time. Oh, there she goes again. She's gonna go attack my monitor. She does this. She paws at the screen whenever she wants her food. Damn cat. It's not time yet.
Now, the Bison's projectile went from being barely faster than a stock rocket to being just a bit faster than the direct hit. The Bison should actually feel like a laser gun now instead of some dinky Walmart Nerf gun.
It was fine in its old form, and this just makes it boring.
One of the off-brand
her tail paused the video.
Nerf guns too. With just these small few changes.
Echo! She keeps pausing the video with her tail. Stop it.
The Righteous Bison goes from being the single worst weapon in TF2 to an item that is actually capable of handling itself in a fight. While the shotgun would still be the better choice for overall sustain,
she hates it. She hates what he's done.
Combat,
she hates
the new Bison
She's telling me to watch.
She's telling me to stop. For mid-range combat and crowd control due to the player penetration. Seriously, this is all it takes to fix the weapon.
No, it doesn't. That's not what it takes to fix the weapon. Just revert it. Revert the fucking weapon. What do you mean it's all it takes to fix it? Just put it back the way it was. That was one of the most fun items that was so unnecessarily nerfed. Just put it back.
Moving on to a weapon that doesn't make me want to cry and vomit when I talk about it.
Like, I concede here that the Liberty Launcher needs a little something, but this is still okay. Like, the original version, like the very first version of this item, was one less rocket and only faster projectile speed. Otherwise, nothing else was different. You had same splash, same base damage, and then they nerfed it. And honestly, rightly so, because you would like the Liberty Launcher was almost a direct upgrade all the time because of the faster rockets. And one less rocket was not much of a downside. but the current version that it is now is just really pitifully weak. Like, I would two things, or I should say one of two things: either buff the damage a little bit and then reduce the blast radius, or just make this more rocket jumping friendly.
Shtick is that it tries to
make it do less damage to you in rocket jumping more so than it does now.
be a jack of all trades, master of none. But the end result is that it just kind of sucks at everything. Sure.
I mean, I use this all the time because this is the rocket launcher I use the most when I'm focusing on shotgun combos or market gardening.
The upsides are cool, but none of that really matters when you're dishing out mere tiddlywinks of damage. If we're going to fix the Liberty launcher, we need to ditch the jack-of-all-trades shtick and actually give it a defined niche where it can outperform stock.
I mean, I think it's fine if it's jack of all trades but master of none. I think it's okay.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm scrapping the bonus projectile speed, but
it's no longer the Liberty launcher. The Liberty launcher's main upside always was the faster projectile speed, and now you've removed it, and now it's boring.
In its place, I'm adding a 40% faster...
No. You're using this with the reserve shooter or the panic attack for shotgun combos. Why?
deploy speed and a 25% faster holster speed. Also, as a quality of life improvement, it now has the same amount of knockback as stock.
That's really strong. That's so strong. Less damage, same blast radius, same knockback. That is brutal. No. I think it having less knockback is fine. That doesn't need to be changed. I think just slightly buffing the damage would have been fine, but this
Here's
is
my
like...
thought process with these changes. The item set that the Liberty...
Like, the faster projectile speed was always the main thing about this gun. That's like the identity of the Liberty launcher was the faster projectile speed.
Launcher
I don't like that he's removed it.
Is all about comboing your items together. You pop people into the air with your rocket launcher to kill them with the reserve shooter, and you rocket jump...
Yeah, maybe a faster reload speed or a faster firing speed, something, but
use the market gardener. And some of the most fun I've had using the Liberty launcher was trying out the combo El Maxo popularized, where you use the panic attack and the Liberty launcher together to essentially vomit out lots of projectiles and damage.
And yes, that's fun.
That is the kind of playstyle I want to promote. So I changed the Liberty
you can already do it pretty
launcher from a weird mishmash of random stat bonuses to Soldier's Degreaser. With this rocket launcher, you are more mobile, and you can dish out high skill combos for massive damage. But the drawback is that on its own, the Liberty launcher is much weaker than stock. It requires good skill with combos to reap the rewards of using it.
Like, at the end of it, it's not that different. Like, to be real, it's not that different than what you can do now, at the sacrifice of removing the fun part of the item, which was the faster projectile speed. Like, you can already combo really well with this, and you already have the faster switch speed with the reserve shooter and the panic attack. It's like, ever since they buffed the base switching speed of all weapons, however many years ago that was, then, like, all faster switch speed things don't really mean that much anymore. So, like, unless they're extreme like this, then it's not that much of an impact, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it.
Overall, I think this rework is successful at carving out a new fun niche for soldiers and makes the weapon
I'm not offended.
much
I just
stronger
don't like
as
it.
well. Let's show some love to another forgotten soldier
Okay, this needs a buff.
Primary
100%.
as well.
I forgot about the I forgot about the airstrike. Yeah,
the
needs a buff.
airstrike. It's great for bomb.
Stop it. I know you don't like the video.
Bombing and working towards that elusive 8-rocket clip can be pretty satisfying.
No, the airstrike's not fine at all. The main issue and the one thing that I think needs to be changed is that you already have reduced blast radius when you're on the ground, but then it drops by an extra 30% when you're in the air, which basically guarantees that you do no damage unless you land direct hits with this. So if they just removed the additional blast radius reduction when you're airborne, then it would just be that alone would be so much better.
But you want to know something that's not pretty satisfying? Reloading. You want to know how long it takes to reload an 8
I mean, that's the downside of having 8 rockets in your clip. It does not need a faster reload speed.
rocket clip from
Just make it so that when you actually do the bomb, it becomes worthwhile, right? There's a reason why you have the long downtime between these massive clips, because it can potentially be a lot of damage. but then they reduce the damage output by so much that the reload is no longer worth it. So instead of fixing the actual problem, which is the damage output, you're only making a faster reload for the damage output that's not going to happen. Sure, it gives you like more opportunities to do the bomb, but when you're not landing any damage anyways, like what's the fucking point? To me, it's like just put back some of its better damage potential.
0. I could go to college, graduate, start a family, have 5 wonderful children, retire, and come back just in time for the 8th rocket to be released.
And also, like, to me, you're using the airstrike incorrectly if you're constantly waiting for the entire clip to reload. The airstrike's biggest strengths, like, first of all, when you get to like all the way to 8 rockets, the chances of you using all 8 in one go are extremely slim unless you have a lot of airtime doing a pencil jump, which leaves you vulnerable and is really only useful against sentry nests that are out in the open, or you're using the airstrike, which also has the same downsides of leaving you out in the open because it got nerfed into the floor and just leaves you hanging in the air. Most of the time when you're using the airstrike and you're doing a bomb, you're getting 3, maybe 4 rockets out of this at the very end. And the real way to use this is to kind of be constantly reloading between those 2 to 3 to 4 rocket bombs, right? And so if you're constantly waiting for all 5 or all 6 or all 7 to reload at a time, it's like you're not really maximizing what this weapon can do.
Reloaded.
Like I've used this thing for so long.
That reloading.
And like the number one mistake people make is they do a bomb, reload, do a bomb. You gotta be constantly moving with the smaller bombs of like 2 or 3 rockets.
Can make the
Echo.
airstrike very tedious to use, and all of those extra rockets start to feel more like a punishment than a reward. So let's fix that. Every time you get a kill with the airstrike, your reload speed is increased by 6%. This bonus stacks up to 5 times.
Oh, that's rough. That's okay. So 30% faster reload speed. I hope
your
that's
total
it.
reload
Does it do anything
speed
else?
by 30. Now, the more kills you have, the less time you need to spend reloading. You can actually spend your time using the rockets you work towards instead of watching paint dry and huffing glue. So now that I fixed the airstrike, let's focus on its forgotten stepbrother. Probably one of the most...
Okay, so that's it. Fine. But still, that's not addressing the real problem with the item. The real problem with the item is like, sure, you can reload more often, but you're reloading more often for a damage output that's not going to happen. Because when you're using this airborne, you're not doing any damage unless you're landing direct hits. Because the reduced blast radius when you're airborne is really punishing. Like, this is fine. This is one of the better balance changes he's presented in this video. I'm not offended by it, but it's not striking at the core of the issue.
Controversial items in the game.
Revert it. Just revert it. All you have to do is revert the base jumper. That's all you have to do, and it was fine. Just revert it.
Look, it's no secret that the base jumper's nerf in Jungle Inferno was probably one of the most contentious in the game's history.
I hate this clip so much. I hate this clip so much. This one clip has done so much damage to balancing discourse over the years, it drives me insane. Like, here, let's set up this hyper-idealized situation where we have 2 guys not moving, shooting at a guy hanging in the air. Obviously, they suck. Like, they couldn't hit the guy with the 2 guns with the fastest projectile speed. They get the fucking comp player, who is, of course, a god at the game, and will naturally be able to abuse this in this hyper-idealized environment. Instead of like, oh, let's get the real situation where all 24 players are in this fucking clusterfuck in the presence of heavies and sentries and snipers and everyone else trying to shoot the fucking guy. This thing did not need a nerf. Ever. Because it got pulled out of the context in which it was supposed to be used, which is in the presence of all classes. And then it got nerfed because, oh, he's too, like, where was this? Was it further back? Hang on, where was this blog post? It's further down. It's back one more. Mobility is really important in TF2, both during and between engagements. When we saw the community members made this amazing parachute, we started thinking the options it might open up for that class. Being airborne provides strategic position benefits, but at the cost of maneuverability. Increased movement options against pyros and demo men are balanced by increased exposure when fighting heavies and snipers and also engineers and people that can actually land their air shots. In playtesting, we had a bunch of fun. And then they nerfed it to remove the fun. Like, okay, let's present this. How many of you can hit your air shots on a regular basis on guys that are not using the fucking base jumper? How many of you can consistently hit people that are blast jumping anyways? Very few of you. Just revert it. That's all you have to do.
Was it overpowered? Did it deserve it? Was it an unwarranted nerf?
Yes.
Because no matter if the changes were warranted or not, the end result is still the same. The base jumper sucks. It's true. My source is the TF2 wiki. See? This is what the page looks like. Don't believe me? Look for yourself. It leaves you a sitting duck in the air for snipers, it can't redeploy in the air, it kills your momentum in the air, and it doesn't negate any of the damage you take from blast jumping. It's a steaming pile of garbage for both classes that can equip it. Sure, maybe you can pull off the occasional surprise play, and you can use it to dodge projectiles, but if you can airstrike, you're better off not bothering with the base jumper, and you should just use the gunboats.
Yes.
If the original base
gunboats will always be the superior choice if you're wanting to maximize your effectiveness in this game when blast jumping. The base jumper was never going to be this replacement or more overpowered thing ever, and it never was.
Due to its spammability, I'll work towards nullifying that while beefing up the item in other places. I'm reinstating the ability to redeploy the base jumper while in the air, with the caveat that there's a 1 second cooldown between
just revert it.
Deploys.
No,
and I'm adding a 20% damage reduction.
No, just revert it.
To blast jumping.
No, I don't care.
That's it.
I don't care. Revert
With
it.
these changes, you have that extra bit of mobility in the air, but due to the cooldown, you can't be spamming that spacebar anymore. This should prevent the problem of the parachute making yourself hard to hit in the air.
That was never a problem. No one fucking complained about that. Okay, I shouldn't say no one. A very few people ever fucking complained about that. Why? Because there were fuckloads of people around shooting the motherfucker.
I'm also adding a blast damage reduction, so you're punished less as a whole for going for blast jumps.
That was like the main downside of using the base jumper, was in order to get this strategic position over everybody, you had to sacrifice a quarter of your health. That was the main downside to it, other than sacrificing the better option that were the gunboats or a shotgun or a banner. The item was fun and fine, and it didn't need to be fucking nerfed. Nerf base jumper because of competitive players banned in most competitive games anyways. Brilliant. Yeah, true. Yeah, they nerfed it into the floor, and then competitive players still banned it everywhere. Shocker.
A pretty meaty buff, but I don't think it's gonna be that bad. Let's start talking.
It's better. Like, don't get me wrong, his balance changes are better. You know, but it's like, it just needs to be put back the way it was. Like, any kind of buff is an infinitely better experience than the current version we have now, don't get me wrong, but just put it back. The right answer is putting it back. Also, do the man treads need to be changed? I don't think the man treads need to be changed.
Talking about soldiers' big, patriotic feet. I'm getting better and better at segues. The man treads, the long-lost brother to the gunboats that no one uses unless you're running a really gimmicky subclass. This item has a bit of an...
And that's fine. I think it's okay to have weapons like that. Again, like I said earlier, not all weapons need to be equally viable all the time. So long as they're fun, that's okay.
Identity crisis, if you ask me. It's an item that heavily promotes rocket jumping, but doesn't do anything to alleviate the massive self-damage it deals to yourself. It wants you to stomp on your enemies, but the risk of doing so is massive. On top of the self-damage you take from rocket jumping, if you miss the enemy's head, you'll be taking massive fall damage on top of that. And what if you land on an enemy's head, but the damage doesn't instantly kill them? You need to shoot another rocket, dealing even more damage to yourself.
It's fine. It's fun. Who cares if it's not like this perfect shining paradigm of an item?
Versus reward ratio is way off. Stomp kills feel great, but are way too punishing if you miss. So in order to lean into the man tread's strengths, I feel like it's only fair to make the item much less punishing, so that they can be used effectively with primary weapons other than the rocket jumper. I added a 90% fall damage resistance while rocket jump.
Like, the number one thing when it comes to keeping blast jumping in check is fall damage and self-damage. If you remove one of those, everyone would start using this. 90% is way too much. I would concede 50% would be fine, but that's a lot. That's a lot.
Jumping, and I added a 15% damage reduction from blast jumping.
Sure, that's fine. I see nothing wrong with that.
Overall, my hope with these changes,
like, I feel like, honestly, that's fine. Having it reduce self-damage from blast jumping by default is acceptable, but the reduction of fucking fall damage is like, I don't think it's a good idea.
is to make the man treads a bit more forgiving, as missing a stomp will no longer decimate your health pool, and the small passive blast jumping reduction means you can do more rocket jumps more often. If you're feeling concerned that these buffs to the man treads would make it overshadow the gunboats, I don't think that's the case, as the blast damage reduction from gunboats is still 4 times stronger than the one I gave the man treads. You can do—
yeah, but then you take no fall damage, so—
much more rocket jumps with the gun boots compared to the man treads. But the man treads would compensate for the smaller blast jump reduction with the other passive benefits that—
like, at least the gunboats are kept in check simply because you still take fall damage, right?
would make it a good side grade. Woo! All these extensive changes are making me tired. How about we take a break by covering a simple—
It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't need to be changed. The fact they removed random crits on this was fine. It's acceptable. You don't need to change it.
simple change. The Half Zatoichi. This item's in quite the conundrum because the Half Zatoichi is one of the strongest swords for Demo Knight, and because of that, has received nerf after nerf over the years. But all these nerfs have started to do is make it nearly unusable.
They removed random crits on it.
Usable for its original purpose.
Go on, that was a really good thing.
As a side grade to the shovel and bottle. Be honest, you probably forgot Soldier can even equip this thing. Nowadays, though, the Half Zatoichi has been pigeonholed into the Demo Knight playstyle.
And I mean, that's fine. I don't think it's the end of the world.
Which is cool and all, but I'd really like to see this item be usable for soldiers and sticky demos again. So here's what I did. Now, the deploy and holster penalties only apply if the shield item is also equipped.
Then it's just free health.
Boom, easy. Now the item is fundamentally—
Nah, it's just free health then. It's just free health when you get a kill. Is there a downside to this?
unchanged for Demo Knights and Hybrid Knights. However, for sticky demos and soldiers, this item can once again be quickly used in a pinch like it used to.
Now it's a direct upgrade.
Now, let's talk about a weapon that makes—
That's it? That's it? Nothing else? No downsides to this at all? What? Huh? Nothing. It just becomes a direct upgrade from stock melee. Excuse me? Almost all the time it becomes a direct upgrade from stock melee. What? Seriously? Great Blue, if you're still here, the overreaction to this one is 100% fucking warranted. Did he not think this one through? Like, I'm not on crack, right? I'm not forgetting something about this. Yeah, he just removes the only downside. He removes the only downside to committing to get the health.
Makes me angry. Urgh, the pain train.
Look, the pain train is fine. It's okay to have a dumb, shitty, gimmicky thing. Like, I concede that it's one of the worst fucking items in the game, but it's at least dopey and stupid.
Wanna know why this item ticks me off so much? It's because it's the only direct downgrade in the game, under specific scenarios. See, this item's one and only upside pertains to capturing objectives. This means this item—
like, I would like to see this changed, so when you have it out, that's when the double cap speed picks up, and also when the vulnerability turns on. I think it being always passive on is a bit AIDS,
is
So I would not mind it seeing reworked in that capacity.
exclusively beneficial in scenarios where you need to capture a point or a payload.
Which is
If there
every
isn't
game
a point
mode.
or a payload to capture, this item
Which is every game mode except capture the flag and all the other gimmick bloat they've put in the game over the years.
is quite literally a direct downgrade, giving you a passive damage vulnerability for not a single upside.
Yeah, then you just don't use it when you're on defense on payload or defense on attack defend. It's
like,
okay.
I don't know, the entirety of capture the flag, most alternate modes, or simply just being on a defending team.
And that's
literally
okay.
useless.
There's always been items that are better on defense or offense and vice versa. Like, that's fine.
It's such bad game design, it makes me angry. It makes me so angry, I want to vomit all
So now it makes me curious, like, how is he going to change the brass beast? Because on offense, on attack defend or payload, it's AIDS.
over my computer
It's really good in defense, so is he going to change that one too?
monitor. All it would take to fix this item in my eyes is giving it a single reason to be used across all maps and modes, so it's not a direct downgrade more than 50% of the time. For starters, I got rid of the bullet damage vulnerability, and while the item is equipped, you receive 50% more health from health packs, but your max overheal is reduced by 7.
Rocket Jumper's dream. It would just make Soldier even more AIDS to fight at a higher level. Because you slap on gumboats, you fly across the map, get all your health back from any health kit, and then just keep doing it again. Ooh. It's a little too strong. Because you would just always and only run this, right? And then the frequency at which you get random crits is so high, it might as well just be the Market Gardener.
70%. Bada bing, bada boom. One of the
Wait, he didn't remove the +1 capture rate? He just left that there too? Huh? Okay. Yeah, this is really strong. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I think it's fine to have like a shitty... It almost is a direct upgrade, almost. Because like, if you have a rocket jumping soldier who's like always flying around the map and just going from health kit to health kit, this is really fucking strong.
The Pain Train's biggest strengths in its current state is that it can be a good option for surprise.
Because, like, at least on Pyro, this makes more sense because all of his damage is limited to, like, close or point blank. So he always has to take the risk of whipping out that melee in order to really, like, make use of half of its stats, which is the bonus damage, right? But with this one, it's just free health most of the time for any soldier that isn't hugging his medic or playing with his team. It's really strong.
Is backcapping, especially on 5CP maps. And which role on the team is most likely to backcap? A roamer. So, I made the Pain Train an item that benefits
You made a Pain Train like a must-use for roamers that guarantees they won't die.
roamer playstyles, but makes it worse for being pocketed by a medic. Overall, I feel like this is a very simple rework that makes the Pain Train a great utility for
He's using like competitive terms here too.
almost every game mode, with the objective capturing stat just being a cherry on top instead of the sole reason to equip the item. Now, for the last change to Soldier, let's...
No, leave it. No, I like my equalizer. I like my equalizer. I don't want it changed. I don't care if it's a buff. I think this item's fun. I like being at 20 health and pulling it out and doing a 300 damage random crit. It's too fun. Do not do this to me.
talk about the Equalizer. It's pretty common knowledge, but back in the day, the Equalizer and the Escape Plan were actually the same weapon, granting both the speed and damage boost. However, as you can imagine, this was busted as hell, so Valve forced the Equalizer to go through mitosis and split it into 2 separate unlocks. However, the Equalizer got the really crappy end of the deal, because all it does is increase your damage.
Yeah,
and with no
fun.
way to close the gap on your enemies, the second you pull this thing out
What
at
do
low
you
health...
mean no way to close the gap on your enemies? The fun is the risk versus reward. This is the quintessential. So, the purpose of melee weapons in TF2, according to the dev commentary, if I'm remembering this correctly, is the melee is meant to be the last ditch effort you pull out before you die. Correct me if I'm wrong. 99% sure that's in the dev commentary. This just exacerbates the original purpose, where if this isn't your last ditch effort before you're about to die, you're not going to use it. But when you're about to die and you say, fuck it, I'm going to try to do 150 damage to you, that's when you use this. And that's what makes it so fun.
health,
What's he gonna do?
you're gonna get breathed on and die. Despite the escape
Like
plan
right there. That's awesome.
being
That's
the
fun.
item designed for mobility
94 damage. That's like the
damage,
point.
it's ironically better at both because it allows you to run at supersonic speeds towards your enemies and random crit them. The damage bonus just isn't enough. If the equalizer is ever gonna compete with its twin brother, it needs to be given some utility
Again, it's okay if everything's not on the same playing field
as well.
It's fine.
So I gave the item a new stat. While the item is deployed and you're under half HP, you gain a 40% reduction to all incoming damage.
That's a lot. That's a lot of health. That's a shitload of effective health. 40%? Let's do that, shall we? So what is that? 200 divided by 1 minus 0.4. That's 333 effective health. Let me just go back. So while under 50% HP. So okay, so that's 100. So that immediately boosts your health to 166. That's a lot. That's a shitload. Like this is another like get out of jail free card. It's more resistance than the battalion's backup. That's nuts. Like maybe 20%. Fine, just so you can like scrape out alive, but that's a lot of extra health.
Damage. While the escape plan lets you become speedy to escape or close the distance, the
I don't know, man. That's just too much.
equalizer lets you do the same thing, but with tankiness instead. In the right conditions, the equalizer could be great for finishing off enemies while you're at low health, instead of being a death
I think it's fine. The point is taking the risk. The point is taking the risk with the melee. That's why it's designed the way it is. It doesn't have to be on the same level as the escape plan.
sentence the second you pull it out. Hopefully, with this change, the equalizer can serve as a good competitor to the escape plan
It's fine.
and reclaim at least some of its former
You
glory.
buffed it to where it's
And
too
that
strong.
is all of
honestly.
my soldier
That's too much.
changes. And it's straight buffs across the board. Because overall, I feel like Soldier is one of the best balanced classes in the game. None of his unlocks are really that overpowered. I mean, sure, there's a case to be made for a couple of them, but I wouldn't really consider anything in Soldier's arsenal egregious enough to really be nerfed. Now, this next class is gonna be a fun one. They probably have the worst ratio of stinker to good unlocks in the entire game. Let's talk about Pyro.
I don't want to watch this video anymore. I don't want to keep going. This video makes me sad.
Alright, let's get spicy by discussing one of the most hated items in the game. If you use this thing, the amount of slurs that will be flung your way will make a clan rally look like daycare. You will hear offensive words you didn't even know existed. So what could such a hated item be? Well, it's the flog, duh. And you're probably gonna hate it.
It's just a really polarizing item. It really is. It's super polarizing when you have a medic in your ass and you're playing on a really close and in a really enclosed map. But if you're playing on anything other than, say, Hoodoo or Dust Bowl or Gold Rush, this thing sucks, generally. I mean, I could see an argument for a nerf of some kind, but this thing's already been nerfed too much. And just not having Air Blast is such a sacrifice to make for this thing. I don't know. I don't think it needs to be changed, really. I mean, again, an argument could be made, but I'm like, I just don't think so.
When I say this, but I'm only giving it a slap on the wrist. Yep, the crits, the lack of air blast, canceling, that's all here to stay. You're probably having a hard time hearing me right now over all of this screaming you're doing at your monitor, so pipe down and at least hear me out. The flog punishes bad positioning. If you pop your flog meter overzealously and push like a stupid moron, you're gonna get dumpstered before your flame particles do so much as lick an enemy player. Those moments where flog pyros annihilate your entire team was because they had good positioning and caught you out because you failed to punish them. The flog isn't overpowered. There, I said it. But there's
No, yeah,
one
I
big
agree, it's not.
factor that makes none of this matter. Because ironically enough, the flog's biggest problem isn't even pyro, it's medic. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm willing to concede that
big
much.
ramble about the
it's so strong when you have a medic in your ass. It's fun.
Flog punishing
It's fun to do this in Uber, like a medic Ubering you.
sloppy positioning and greedy players.
And I can't tell you how many times I've come across a server where there's a guy with a medic living in his ass just doing this over and over again. That it does become really annoying, and there's almost no counterplay to this. Because like you can't try to air blast the guy because he'll crit you to death in half a second.
All of that goes out of the window when you slap on some training wheels in the form of a pocket medic. Pocket flogging is one of the easiest and cheapest methods to pub stomp any lobby.
It's pretty easy to abuse, I agree.
You get to have full crits and complete invulnerability to damage at the same time. You shouldn't be able to have your cake and eat it too like that. It's ridiculous, it's cheap, and it's way too strong, and it needs to go. While under the effects of the oomph meter, you can no longer be overcharged or overheated.
No, I think that's too far. I agree that I like not being able to be Ubered, but keep the overheal. I think that's too far in the wrong direction, or that's too far in the direction of a nerf. Let them keep the overheal, but not being able to be Ubercharged is fine.
Healed. Boom. Pocket flog is gone. No more oomph pushes. Goodbye. Good riddance. Rip bozo.
Yeah, not being able to be overhealed by it would almost put this into the useless category. Like, you should still be able to be pocketed by a medic and overhealing you while you do this, but at least it leaves you vulnerable, more so. But just removing the overheals, that's a step
that's
too
me
far.
spitting all over my monitor out of rage. Now that we've talked about one of the most despised weapons in the game, let's move on to its equally despised brother, the Scorch Shot.
Just remove the knockback. That's all you have to do. Remove the knockback, and this thing is fine.
And to all of the people watching this video that actively use the Scorch Shot, here is your complimentary baby pacifier and Cocoa Melon sensory video. Look, one of my hottest TF2 takes is that I don't think the Scorch Shot is quite as bad as people make it out to be. People act like this item was made by satanic devil worshippers with the sole intent of bringing upon TF2's downfall. And
it's interesting because
really
like Valve has always had a history of doing this with not only the pyro but also the medic and the heavy and what have you, where they kind of pour their focus into making one specific loadout too good. And I don't know if I fully understand their reasoning behind doing this. Like, for example, for medic, they made crossbow a must pick. They made the stock medic gun a must pick. They made Ubersaw a must pick. For heavy, Tomislav must pick. You know, and Fist of Steel must pick. Like, they seem to just keep pouring so much effort into making like one specific loadout the one to run. I don't know if that's because they were leaning into competitive one way or another. I don't know. But I feel like the Scorch Shot was just like, here, have everything in one gun that you could ever ask for, minus it being hit scan, and let's invalidate the existence of the flare gun and the detonator, right? The Scorch Shot does too much like the crossbow does too much, and the Ubersaw does too much. Just like remove one thing or nerf one of the things it does, you know? Like for me, it's removing the knockback. I think that's the big thing. Pyro's kind of iffy. He's got problem weapons. It's mostly fine. Gas Passer and Scorch Shot need fixing, but I'd want Afterburn being nerfed more than anything. I don't think Afterburn needs to be nerfed. Like, Pyro's already very weak outside of the Flog, outside of Ubered Flog and the Scorch Shot. I don't think it's a good idea to nerf his Afterburn.
I think it's that.
Like, his Afterburn already got heavily nerfed with the reworks in Jungle Inferno, where it's now based on how long you've been burning somebody. So it's even worse now than it was, even though they buffed how much damage you do per tick from 3 to 4.
But even if I don't think the immense hate is quite as warranted, I'm not about to play defense for the Scorch Shot either, because at the end of the day, it is very horribly designed. The skill to reward ratio is way off. You could give a chimpanzee a keyboard and a Scorch Shot, and after it's done ripping your face off and your limbs off, it would dominate a TF2 lobby. The Scorch Shot requires no aim, inflicts ungodly amounts of afterburn.
Yeah, and so like if you're gonna have something require no aim to do, it doing less damage than the detonator or the flare gun is fine, but it just needs to do less stuff. Like you can blast jump with it, you can destroy projectiles with it, you can knock back with it and stun with it, you have the double hit with the mini crits, just make it do one less thing.
And has the ability to stun people. Boo, stun mechanics, boo. Something needs to change, so I elected to just give the Scorch Shot a full rework. And this is one of my most—
Oh no. Oh god, why? I was hoping this was gonna be another simple one, but he reworks the damn thing.
Extensive
oh
changes
god.
so far, so hear me out. Now, the Scorch Shot charges its projectile like the Huntsman. The projectile speed of the Scorch Shot increases the longer the shot is charged, with its maximum projectile speed being the same as the Man Melter's. The shot can be charged for a maximum of 1.2 seconds, after which the projectile will be automatically fired. The damage direct hits deal will also scale with how long you charge the projectile for, up to 50 damage.
This is a symptom of a lot of custom weapons and shit, where the stats they recommend end up just being way too overly complicated. The simplest thing to do was just remove one of the things it already does.
Damage at maximum charge. And maximum charge projectiles also create an explosion similarly to how it does now. I also massively increase the push force you take from self-damage.
But then no one will ever use the detonator. I hope he, does he plan to buff the detonator by just making this the must-use for pyro mobility?
Damage, allowing yourself to get to heights around the same as a rocket jump would. As for the new drawbacks, the Scorch Shot no longer stuns enemies or affects their
that's all you had to do. All you had to do was remove the knockback.
movement. Flares no longer bounce off of enemies.
I don't think that needs to be removed. That was a fine thing to have.
It no longer mini-crits burning players, and I reduced the afterburn duration by 33%.
Oh my god, this is a mess. So you've made this the must-have. You have so many stats here that contradict themselves. You have so many stats that contradict themselves. Like, you want to encourage people to charge this item, but then you only get the blast on the full charge, but then what's the point of doing that if the afterburn duration is reduced by 33%? So do you want this to be the jumper item? Do you want this to be the blast radius item? It's like, he doesn't know what he wants this to be. Like, the way the Scorch Shot are, the Scorch Shot is meant to be the shoot on ground, get AoE, right? It's meant to be the dumb brain dead item. That's the simplest thing to do. So just let it do that, but just have it not have so many upsides to it. All you needed to do was remove the stun, and everything else would have been fine, but now you've made this overly complicated mess with stats that contradict themselves.
Percent. So here is the goal with this rework. What I'm trying to do is make the Scorch Shot reward precise aim more, and make the...
If you want to reward precise aim, just use the flare gun. If that's what you're trying to do, just use the flare gun, and you're gonna get more damage out of it anyways.
Overall much less spammy than before. But I still want to keep its strength in denying objectives, crowd control, and shooting mid to long range distant targets.
And you made it worse at doing all of that by adding this dumb charge mechanic and reducing the afterburn.
Thanks to the splash damage explosion being locked behind a charge now, if the pyro wants to spam at an objective, there's a bigger window between shots now, which gives enemies time to react and counterplay compared to just being absolutely overwhelmed like before. The Scorch Shot would also now...
The biggest problem is the stun, because with the stun, that guarantees several things. That guarantees that afterburn is going to be reset for full damage, that guarantees you're going to get the double hit on mini crit, which does a fuckload of damage. Just removing the stun solves the overwhelming spam problem it has. And also, it stuns you in place, so the second flare guarantees it'll hit you too. Just remove the stun. That's the only problem with this thing.
Reward precision and be a good option for mid-range combat.
This is intentionally meant to be the one that you don't need precision to use.
Due to direct hits being rewarded.
Right? It's meant to be the one that you don't intentionally need precision to use, but now you just make it do what the detonator does for mobility better and then remove its purpose. It's
with bonus damage depending on your charge time. As for the changes to its mobility,
I'm gonna make my own video rebalancing the shit in TF2. That's what I'm gonna do. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna make my fucking own now, because oh my god.
This item has huge potential for movement plays, and it will synergize particularly well with an item I'll be covering in just a bit. I'm really hoping this rework makes the Scorch Shot much less ass to fight against, without completely gutting the item's usefulness.
You've gutted the item's usefulness successfully, except for the fact it's now a better mobility tool over the detonator.
Trying to make the Scorch Shot not suck makes my head hurt. So let's move on to something a skosh simpler. The detonator.
The detonator's fine, and your changes to the fucking Scorch Shot made this useless for mobility, so what's your plan here?
This item is already perfectly viable and a great item in its slot, so I'm not going to be changing it too much, but I do think it could use some small buffs, particularly in the mobility department. You may be aware, but there's
It's already really good in the mobility department. What do you want to do?
actually a pretty cool exploit you can do with the thermal thruster that allows the user to perform stomp damage without having it equipped. I've seen this exploit used with the detonator to pull off some of the sauciest pyro combos I've ever seen in my life. So
just
I want
not
to take
needed.
this weird, janky exploit and
It's just
canonize
not
it
needed.
into the
The
game
detonator's
as an intended
fine.
feature. I also just want to make mobility with the detonator stronger overall.
It is
because
already very
I
strong.
just
If you know
wanna
how to
see some
use it, it's
saucy
fine.
clips. Now, while blast jumping with the detonator, you can perform stomp damage, and I also reduced self-damage from detonator jumping to 30%.
I mean, sure, the self-damage reduction is acceptable. I'm okay with that, but you don't need the stomp
Overall,
on
you can
this.
perform
really
more
don't.
detonator jumps at less health cost and go for some crazy stomp combos. I feel like these small buffs will be very welcome additions to Pyro players. Okay, back to giving myself a migraine. The Gas Passer.
Yeah, I think we all know the gas passer sucks. What are they gonna do with
What
this?
was Valve thinking when they made you? This item is shockingly horrible. It takes a minute of charge time, sacrificing your secondary slot, and the coordination of your entire team to pull off with the
No,
detonator.
yeah,
and
that's also a very good point. He's giving other classes more access to like limits. Like the pyro could already do the stomp with the jetpack, right? So it's like pyro already had access to that. So I never mind. Your statement's not quite correct.
Or
Because you could already do it with the pyro with the
can do
jetpack.
with a single flare. It's not like Pyro has a shortage of items that set people on fire, so why exactly would you even want to use the Gas Passer in the first place, ever? The only thing this item is good for is if you want to challenge yourself for no reason at all, or want to pull off the
The main problem with the gas passer is 90% of the time you're using it, you might as well have no secondary at all. The amount of the amount of downtime is godly unforgiving with this damn thing. Just like it would be far more viable if they just buffed if they just decreased the amount of damage you have to do or allowed to be recharged in the fucking cabinets, just something so you don't have to wait a minute to use this.
the elusive mug root beer combo. But as an actual unlock, this is by far the worst item in the game.
Yeah.
So how does one even go about
Easily the
buffing the
worst.
Gas Passer to not be completely awful? Well, my thought is making the gas debuff actually intimidating. It feels like Valve was trying to make the Gas Passer an area denial weapon. This big green gas cloud is screaming, "I'm dangerous, don't come in here." But the problem is that the gas debuff is about as intimidating as this picture of a dog. It's not
It's
intimidating.
very weak.
So that's what I said.
It's very weak because, you know, it relies on other people to shoot the people that walk through the gas. So unless you time this perfectly, then it's not going to do anything. And then if the enemy team has a pyro, all they have to do is extinguish them. So like a buff they could do is that people can get re-soaked by the gas if they walk through it. So pyro just can't spam air blast to extinguish it, or pyro can't extinguish someone that has been set on fire by the gas. Might be too strong. But just something where the burn can't just be immediately invalidated by multiple things.
Set out to do. Make the gas debuff actually scary. Here's how I accomplish that. The gas debuff
If it's explode on ignite, I'll be very upset.
no longer wears off the second you're ignited. The effect will last until the afterburn inflicted by it wears off.
Okay.
So if someone is doused by gas and lit on fire, the gas debuff would still be active until the afterburn runs its course or is canceled by healing. The next change is adding a new
Let's see what else.
effect to the gas debuff. While the gas debuff is active, all healing you receive is reduced by half, and medibeams from
Ooh, that's rough.
medics and dispensers cannot extinguish afterburn caused by the gas.
Man, I think he put it into cancerous territory. He really put this into cancerous territory. Now there's no way to stop the burn, and you've effectively increased the damage it does by 50% by reducing healing sources by 50%. That's pretty strong now.
Passer. Boom! Now the gas debuff is an anti-healing tool.
That's already really annoying to fight. Ah, God. I think for me, what I would like to see more. What could you fucking do with this thing? It's already so bad. I like the idea that you have to shoot someone to ignite them. Don't change that. I think just allowing for it to recharge faster is way better. Just reduce the amount of damage required to charge it by half, so it's 300 damage to charge it, you know, and then reduce the timer from a minute to 20 seconds, like the same as like the Girardi or the Mad Milk or something, right? And then just keep it so you can't use resupply lockers to spam it. That's already way better than this, because this is really strong, because if someone's set on fire, they're just kind of fucked.
I really wanted to see if a utility like Ana's anti-healing grenade from Overwatch
It's a bad idea. No, don't take stuff from Overwatch and put
could
it in
fit
TF2.
within the confines of TF2's game design.
Terrible, terrible idea. If that's the reasoning behind this, terrible idea.
So I'm kinda using the gas passer as a conduit for that experiment. And I'm hoping this can make the item actually useful. I mean, think about it.
Yeah,
What's your first instinct after being lit on fire? Naturally, you seek out healing to nullify it. Now, that healing you receive is reduced by 50%, and it's also harder to heal off the effect using medics and dispensers. This makes you vulnerable and creates an opening for the enemy pyro
that's really cancerous.
and team.
No, that's also going to be really confusing for a lot of people, because what is a health pack? A health pack is a set amount of health that you're guaranteed to get. The only items that affect that amount of health are the back scratcher, right? That's the only item in the game that increases the amount of health you get from health packs. Nothing else. Pretty sure that's it. That's the only exception, and that's super rare and super niche. But then, so battalions back up technically, but that's because your base health pool's been increased, right? So yeah, and then in that same category, the gunslinger, because it increases your base health, and then others that decrease your base health, like the Sandman, right? But again, these are very niche examples, and these people are fully aware of this because they're using the item. But then if you have this massive gas cloud, I think that would really be confusing. Like, oh, suddenly this health kit that you know is going to give you this amount of health is suddenly not going to do that, simply because this other person threw gas on you. Not only is that really annoying to fight against, but like the players have always had this expectation that like you're going to get a set amount of health from any source. I don't like this at all. I really don't. Yeah, it's a set percentage. Exactly, Mega Scatterbomb. It's a set percentage, and fucking with that percentage is just, it's not good for TF2. In general, what perspective or angle is what's suggesting these changes for? I feel like he's coming up with these to cater to a specific type of player playstyle, but I can't figure out which. I don't know, man. I really don't know. It seems a lot of his changes are coming from the angle of trying to make all of the weapons on the same playing field, which removes a lot of the fun elements of Team Fortress 2. That feels like the most prevalent thing. But I don't know. I don't like these reworks to the gas passer. I mean, it's fine. It's doing whatever is cool, and like people got to remember, this is all in good fun. Where I'm not like shitting on the guy as a person, but like a lot of these changes are just really not good.
To act on the gas. It also creates a good counter for pocket medics, as a pyro can bombard a medic in their pocket with a big smelly gas cloud and reduce their healing, making them susceptible to your attack.
And then everyone else around them. So it just makes a pyro walking at a combo that much better. But then, usually the thing is, you're never fighting a combo alone as a pyro. If you throw this into a crowd of people, they're now vulnerable to everything else. It's like, didn't think this through.
With the gas passer changes done, now we can talk about a much simpler change I think everyone can get behind. The thermal thruster. I love this thing.
Simply change the switching speed on this and it's fine. Like, the downtime between having to swap to it is really painful and really punishing.
Apparently that's a bit of an unpopular opinion, but it's true. But there's one thing I won't deny, and it's that using the thermal thruster can be very clunky. And a lot of that clunkiness comes down to the deploy and holster animations.
Yeah, that's really it. Just make it faster, and that's it.
Unlike every other item in TF2, the thermal thruster is the only item to have a dedicated holster animation, which means you can't rapidly cycle through your items like every other loadout in the game.
That's a big problem.
If you deploy the thermal thruster, you are locked in until that holster animation completely finishes.
Yeah, it sucks.
And it feels like it takes 3 to 5 business days for that animation to finish. The thing is, I get where Valve was coming from with this feature. The holster animation is there
No, yeah, exactly. Make the switching speed faster. That's all I
in place
request.
to prevent you from using the thrust.
Like, this is the only reason why I do not use this, because the downtime between weapon switching is so punishing on a class like Pyro. Pyro thrives with all of the weapons that make his switching speed faster, because he's already very weak. So being able to combo and what have you is quintessential for Pyro, and this weapon is completely counterintuitive to how most people play him, right? It's counterintuitive to WM1, because by the time you have the damn flamethrower out, you've landed and are getting shot. And if you want to combo this with anything, it slows you down if you accidentally swap to it, or if you're in midair. It just exacerbates all of Pyro's weaknesses far more, and I just make it make the switching speed faster. That's it.
Switching your weapons instantly after jumping. That much is fine, but the problem is that this animation plays even when you're not jumping. So let's fix that. Now, the thermal thruster's holster animation only plays while you're blast jumping with it. And the item also deploys 25% faster too.
That's fine.
There we go.
Ultimately, yeah, that's fine. It's just making the damn thing swap faster. That's fine.
That's all it takes.
Perfectly acceptable.
Now, the thermal thruster should be much less
this is the first change. I am 100% on board with this change. Like, this is perfect.
clunky to use, and the deploy speed buff is a little bonus that makes it a little easier to pull out and use in a pinch.
It makes it so much better.
The last secondary weapon for Pyro I'm going to be changing is the Man Melter.
I don't think this one needs any changes. Just fix the bugs with this one. The fact that when you extinguish someone, it fills your entire screen so you can't see anything, and then every time you fire, it fills your entire screen with everything. It's the bugs with this one that make it really annoying to use. But being able to extinguish someone for free crits with faster projectile speed is pretty good. Like stored crits on Pyro Flares is really nice.
It's an item that's not flat out awful, but it suffers from a very similar problem to the sun on a stick, where the times the Man Melter truly shines are so situational, it's hard to...
I don't know, man. The sun on a stick is more situational than the fucking Man Melter, because there's almost always a Pyro on the enemy team.
Justify using it. The Man Melter's main strength is the stored crits you gain from extinguishing teammates. But what if the enemy team doesn't have a Pyro?
They pretty much always do. I know it's there are cases when there's not one, but in a game like TF2, there's almost always a Pyro.
What if the enemy Pyro sucks and they can't light any of your teammates on fire? What if the enemy Pyro is too good and they kill everything they touch?
I mean, I totally understand where he's coming from. I completely understand.
So there's no one left to extinguish. This extinguish mechanic relies on so many variables out of your control, it causes the item to be very unreliable. There's one niche use case where the Man Melter shines, and it's combating Scorch Shot Pyros. You can
that's not true, because you can just hold this down and farm crits off someone WM1ing into your team, and then you get a fuckload of stored crits and a shitload of health.
Or a ludicrous amount of crits and beam people from across the map in the right conditions. But as strong as it is, it's a very limited niche. And considering
it's niche, but it's not as limited as he makes it out to be.
I'm reworking the Scorch Shot to be less spammable too, that indirectly nerfs the Man Melter. So I need to give the Man Melter a more universal use case to compete with the other flare guns and be a little bit less situational.
I really don't think it's as situational as he makes it out to be.
I started by letting the Man Melter penetrate enemy play.
So he took that away from the Bison. So no, he didn't take it away from the Bison. He did not take it away from the Bison, but he took a feature from the Bison and then put it on this weapon. Like, on an arcing projectile, probably not the best idea.
Players to be consistent with the other Dr. Groidbort weapons. I also gave it a big...
The Pomson doesn't penetrate players, right? The Pomson doesn't penetrate. The Cow Mangler doesn't penetrate. So it's not putting it on par with the other Groidbort weapons. Yeah, it used to, not anymore.
Buff to its main upside, as now, for every 150 damage you deal with your primary or melee weapon, you gain 1 stored.
That's a lot, honestly. If you're just WM1ing the amount of time it takes to get 150 damage, like, think about how long it takes to kill a Scout, or just a Light class when you're doing this. Like, this basically encourages the dumb playstyle that the Gas Passer does, where you have to throw yourself into a crowd of people in order to make use of this. It just made it worse. Like, with this, you're going to be getting infinitely fewer crits than you would with its current stats, simply by nature of an enemy pyro almost always existing on the other team.
Crit. Just like before, you can
like, sure, I understand why he's doing this. Like, yeah, it's more consistent, and now it's like you're rewarded with a crit for your own skill and what have you. But like, you're just encouraging suicide plays, and then when you die, you don't get to carry those crits over. So like, if you're rushing in to do 150 damage, but then by the time you get to use your crit, you're gonna die.
Farm crits by being a team player and extinguishing teammates. But the Man Melter...
Well, that's like one of the best parts about the Man Melter is that it encourages team play. It encourages you to extinguish your teammates for health and crits. Like, the Man Melter's fine. It just needs to remove all of the bugs. Remove the visual bugs with this thing. Make the indicator of it, the indicator that it's like sucking the fire. Fix that. Just all the visual shit needs to be fixed with this.
Strength no longer...
That's the best part, is that it rewards team play.
Solely relies on the existence of an enemy pyro to be worth using. Now, you can gain crits for the Man Melter just by playing pyro efficiently. Combine that with the player penetration, and the Man Melter can be a demon.
Like, it makes sense on paper, but in application in your normal active game, it's like you're barely going to be able to use these crits.
And at long range crowd control.
Because it's only with your primary. Like, if it was with both primary and secondary damage, that's more acceptable, but only your primary?
However, the Man Melter would still be a good side grade to the Flare Gun, because the Man Melter's crits would be finite. You have a limited pool to work from, so you need to make every critical hit count. However, the Flare Gun can combo much more reliably and has infinite crit potential. Overall, I feel like the Man Melter is now universally applicable to every lobby.
Yeah, sure, you can line up people to land multiple crits, but the frequency at which you'd get to use that is nil.
And is no longer reliant on factors out of your control to perform well. Now, we're on to Pyro's melee.
I hope that he does not change my third degree. I hope he does not change my third degree. He's only going to nerf it because it's a direct upgrade from the stock Fire Axe. It's the only reason why he's addressing this. It's the only reason. I guarantee it. Don't change this. It's okay. It's fine if it's better than stock melee. That's what makes this fun. Please don't change this in such a way that it removes the fun factor. Please.
Weapons, and let's start with the third degree. Here's this for irony. The third degree is the only objective direct upgrade in the game, offering an upside with 0 downsides. There is not a hint of red text in sight. And
that's okay. Leave it that way, please.
Despite being a direct upgrade over this...
there's a reason why no one uses it already, is because it sucks, and it's so situational and so dangerous to whip out a melee in the presence of a combo that you're usually not going to do that. And when you do, unless you get a random crit, you're gonna fucking die.
The stock Fire Axe, the third degree is one of the worst items in the game. Absolute
Thank you for acknowledging that.
If your first instinct when you see an...
Is he gonna do a massive rework on this? I hope not.
Enemy medic pocketing someone is to pull out your melee weapon and run straight towards them. 9 times out of 10, you are going to get
If he does a massive rework on this, I hope not.
Not to mention the item's whole gimmick is reliant on random crits.
No, it's not. Even if you get you can do plenty of damage and get kills with it. It's okay if it's the way it is.
Successfully get within melee range of an enemy pocket without dying somehow. If you don't get lucky with a random crit, you're gonna do 65 damage. And then you're gonna get dumpstered again. Sure, technically, the third degree only has an upside on paper, but in practice, the upside is the downside.
No, it's not. The upside is what makes it fun. The upside of the weapon is the most fun part about it. I love the third degree.
Because it encourages you to play like a bloody moron.
Yes, and that's what makes it fun. Because the reward is so dopamine inducing. It's so fun.
So obvious.
Just that right there. Oh, so good. Don't change that, please.
Obviously, we gotta buff the third degree. And I really want to make the hitting multiple people with a single swing gimmick work, because I think it's a neat idea on paper.
It works fine. It works fine right now.
Upon hitting an enemy, all enemies within a small radius will be struck as well.
What?
If you hit 5 enemies with a single swing, it will...
Huh? So it encourages you to... Okay, so this now encourages more suicide plays Like, oh yeah, really dive into that crowd of people and start swinging your melee. Like, that's gonna
mini crit
holy shit, okay.
damage to all affected players. But it can no longer deal random crits, and if you only hit...
That's the fun! The fun are the random crits on this thing! Why are you completely gutting what makes this item fun? Ah, don't do this to me, man!
One enemy with a swing, the base damage is reduced by 25%.
And
There we go.
Ah!
Now, the third degree is a weapon that's better for attacking multiple opponents at once, but is much worse for one-on-one.
Could you imagine someone with a Kritzkrieg critzing someone with this, and then walking into a crowd of people and killing everyone in one swing? Can you imagine that? I can. Like, 250 hammer units is quite a bit, right? Like, hold on, let me pull up an example. 250 hammer units is a lot. I'll pull up a visual guide. All right, where's my fucking Dragon's Fury? Yes. So each of these squares is 64 hammer units, right? So 250. So 1, 2, 3. We're at 216, right? So it's 3 of these squares. It's 3.5 of these squares, and that's the radius, right? That's a really big AOE. Really, really big. So imagine just walking into a crowd of people. Oh my god. Yeah, it's almost 4 of those squares, right? It's 3.5 of the squares. It's almost 4 of those squares, which is crazy. It is 5 of the. It is 4 of the squares. I can't do math. Yeah, it's 4 of the fucking squares because what is it? 128. Yeah, it's 4 of the fucking squares. So much. That's crazy. That's a massive AOE. Yeah, Caber but better, basically. Yeah, it is Caber but better. And now, Kritzkrieg someone with it. Oh, Jesus.
One encounters. Overall, the third degree could be a very good option for pyros that are good at getting the drop on groups of enemies, and I bet getting a mini crit swing off on a large group of enemies is gonna feel very satisfying.
Just leave it the way it is. It was fine. You didn't need to change it.
In the order of each class, and this is a 3-part series, it's gonna be a while till we get to Spy. So, for all of the avid Spy mains watching this video, here's a little something to tide you over. The Home Wrecker is unfair. That may seem like a strange statement considering the item has never really been broken or overpowered, but it's true. In this game, there are so many items dedicated.
I will agree that it really, really does suck to get the... It sucks... What do you mean, L-Take? The third... It's fine if the third degree isn't as good as other options, but the weapon is fun. The weapon is fun. Why would you... And then he just opts to make it this really brutally overpowered alternative where you can kill 5 people at once with a fucking melee. Oh my... No. The fucking third degree is fine.
To fucking over Spy for no particular reason.
Anyways, I concede that it does suck to get the backstab on the engineer and sap all of his shit and then die to the pyro and then have all of your work invalidated. That does suck.
And the Home Wrecker has got to be one of the most egregious examples of this. As a spy, if you stab an engineer and sap their building, by all means, you earned it. You deserve a medal, and you deserve a little trophy for destroying that engineer's nest, but for some reason, a pyro can come around and undo all of your hard work by simply...
I'd make it 3 hits. I'd make it 3 hits to destroy a sapper, not 2. Like, it does it in 1, make it 3. So it still can help you, it still can do the same thing, but it takes longer, so a spy isn't brutally punished. Make it 3 hits.
Existing. The Home Wrecker is an...
Yeah, why can pyro break sappers faster than engineer can? Like,
item that punishes good...
3 hits would be useless? No, because you could at least save 1 of his buildings, not all of them.
Spies for success.
And then now it makes the pyro think, okay, am I going to save his sentry or am I going to save his dispenser? Am I going to save his teleporter? Like, I think 3 is far better.
Successfully doing their job.
Yeah, it's like 3 is just a jag, but worse, but that's fine because the pyro is not engineer. Like, the pyro shouldn't just be able to save any building in the same amount of time as the engineer. It's not his job. And the pyro is the natural counter to the spy. So if he has the ability to remove sappers, it needs to be worse than the engineer if you're even going to consider giving him the tool.
And I just can't help but feel like that's a bit unfair. So what about the Homewrecker's ability to destroy buildings quickly? Well, it's nearly useless.
It is useless, but it is fun. It is fun to just whip it out and like go crazy and two-shot any building.
The Homewrecker is able
It's
to destroy
entertaining.
every building in the game with 2 clean hits, which sounds nice on paper until you realize that most
Then what's the point of using this weapon versus the Neon? Make the Neon Annihilator destroy it in 3 swings too. Make both destroy sappers in 3 swings.
of these buildings are plopped right next to a sentry gun, aka your biggest hard counter.
Or just remove that on the Neon Annihilator in general. Why does the Neon Annihilator have it?
Pyro. Good luck destroying a sentry gun using just your melee weapon and limited movement, because you are going to get teleported
Yeah, why give him the ability to counter spy even more? Yeah.
straight to Jesus. Seriously, what is it with pyro melees that encourage you to play like a knuckle-dragging moron? There is a way to make the Homewrecker almost work, and it's by using it in combination with an
Neon 3 hits, Homewrecker take 2, that's acceptable.
Overcharge to tank all of the damage and get in close with your melee. It'd be almost efficient if sentry guns didn't have ridiculous amounts of knockback. Once again, teleporting you straight to my friend Jesus. So I need to do 2 things with the Homewrecker. The first is making it better at busting engineer nests, and the second is to retool the item to be more fair in its matchup
Is he gonna give him sentry knockback resistance? I
against
hope
enemy
not.
spies. Here's what I settled on. First off, the Homewrecker can no longer destroy sappers.
Okay, I don't like that. It should still be able to destroy sappers.
Instead, hitting a sapper with your Homewrecker will instead temporarily disable the sapper's ability to deplete health or reverse construction for 5 seconds. After those 5 seconds are up, it will resume sapping as normal.
It's still better than being able to destroy the sapper in 1 hit. Like, it's at least better because now at least the building remains disabled and the team can push, so the spy's work isn't 100% invalidated. So that's at least something. But no, yeah, I do agree that it's still a waste of time. Just let him destroy it in 2 or 3 swings. So.
And sappers can only be disabled 1 time each. The second change is that while deployed,
Okay, that's really bad then.
you have a 50% resistance
So you can only swing at it once and then extend that for 5 seconds, but then the building's inevitably going to die. So what's the point?
to all knockback and air blast. For 5 seconds. After those 5 seconds are up, it will resume sapping as normal. And sappers can only be disabled 1 time each. The second change is that while deployed, you have a 50% resistance to all knockback and air blast.
I would have been fine if it was just sentry guns, but everything? No. Like, you said you wanted to lean this into, you know, making it better at busting sentry guns and sentry nests. Just make it have sentry gun knockback resistance, but everything? I don't know if I like that. That's a little much. I don't know. I think the simpler option is make it destroy sappers in 2 or 3 swings, so a pyro has to be more selective as to what building he's going to save. 3 swings is my preference, and then make the Neon Annihilator do the same. Or 4, for that matter. And then, I don't know, it doesn't need knockback resistance, or then maybe just have it only have knockback resistance against sentries. Sure, it's at least while it's deployed, so it has that going for it, but then that's knockback resistance against everything. I don't know. I don't know.
Let me start off by explaining the sapper change. If a pyro uses the home wrecker on a sap building, while the engineer who placed that building is...
Thing is, it delays the inevitable by... So what this does, it effectively increases the sapper's duration by 5 seconds, right? It's 5 seconds longer to completely kill a building, is all that is. And unless you have a 5-second respawn time and can get back to your buildings in time, that effectively just delays the inevitable by a useless amount of time, right? In most situations. Very few opportunities for the engineer to actually get back in time and save his buildings. So, that basically completely invalidates being able to do anything about a sapper with this weapon, right? So, I don't like that. For me, I still think it's better if you destroy it in 3 swings because you still have to be more selective as to what building you're going to save.
Dead, it would only serve to delay the inevitable. However, now, the home wrecker would be a tool to buy a friendly engineer time to unsap their building and allow you to hunt down the spy that placed the sapper. The home wrecker still has a winning matchup against spy, but isn't completely unfair or punishes them for doing their job like before.
I think destroying sappers in 3 swings is better.
This would just give the item overall utility.
Because ultimately, what does that do? What does this do? It forces the pyro to engage in a little bit more downtime, right? So I like the destroy sapper in 3 swings even more for several reasons. One, the pyro is going to have to be more selective in what building he's going to save, and it forces him to have more downtime if he's going to support the engineer. Because if he's going to save his buildings, he has to make a choice. Is he going to chase down the spy first or save the buildings first? Because if he does one or the other, that gives him less time to address the other, right? If he chooses to hunt down the spy, that means he's going to have less time to save the buildings because the sapper takes 3 swings. If he chooses to save the buildings in 3 swings, that gives the spy the opportunity to escape, right? So it's a much more of it would become a much more of a committal item to either save the building or kill the spy without completely fucking over the spy. 3 swings with a standard attack speed is very slow. Good. I think that's fine. What is it? 1, 2, 3. I think that's fine. I like my change more. I'm sorry. I like my change more. Also, can you fucking schizophrenics, like, stop having these weird arguments in my chat? You guys need to calm the fuck down. Like, chill. We're talking about hypothetical balance changes in a almost dead game. Relax.
Specifically helpful in the
and no one is going to use this. Like, the primary intrigue with this is the ability to destroy sappers, but then you remove that ability for an upside that is effectively non-existent unless the engineer can get back to his buildings in time.
Case of destroying engineer nests. Now, with a friendly Uber, you can actually take down buildings with the sledgehammer without being blasted into the sky like Team Rocket anymore. Overall, I'd say this is a net buff for the home wrecker and finally makes it more.
A net buff? Are you kidding me? A net buff? When the primary purpose for using the item is nerfed into uselessness, and then it encourages you to walk at people with your melee out? Okay. Yeah. Buffed. Wonderful.
More than a, I woke up and just really wanted to screw spies over today kind of weapon. Alright, here's
I already explained why I like my change more.
a spicy one. I hate the Neon Annihilator.
Why do you hate this?
This is seriously one of my least favorite items in the entire game. Sure, it's kinda better with the Gas Passer combo, but that means having the Gas Passer equipped as well, and I think we all know how much fun that item is. I seriously don't get the appeal for Pyro Shark, or even just using the Neon Annihilator in general. And apparently that's a hot take, because I get roasted whenever I rightfully say this thing sucks.
Sure, it sucks, but it's fun.
And I have just one response.
Just like the Third Degree. Sure, it sucks, but it's fun.
To that.
Like, it's okay to have items like this in a game as complex as TF2.
I've never been wrong in my life. Never, ever. So therefore, I'm right and you're wrong. Simple as that.
Like, okay, so Why is the what given this grace, and yet I'm not?
So how do we make the Neon Annihilator better? Well, making it less reliant on water to function is a good start.
I mean, yeah, it's gimmicky in that there's so few maps that have water so you can use it. I agree with that.
Turns out the weapon that's only useful in water is a bit hard to justify using in a game that canonically takes place in the New Mexico Dust Bowl. It's not exactly a water park. It's time to take the Neon Annihilator out of the water. But, I mean, the item can't be made great on land either. I mean, that's supposed to be the downside. What if instead the Neon Annihilator was a master of water and air? Got rid of the ability to remove sappers.
Is he making it a market gardener?
And now it crits while blast jumping or using the thermal thruster.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine, honestly. Just keep the same 20% damage penalty. Because, like, the only way you can, like, Pyro can already do that, kind of, with the Extinguisher, but that requires you to jump in the air, pull out your flamethrower, set someone on fire, then whip out the Extinguisher, and then kill them. So now the Neon Annihilator now becomes the go-to with the jetpack, but it needs that damage penalty. Like, you need to keep the 20% damage penalty on that, because the critical hit would be really strong, right? Granted, it's a lot more difficult to get Pyro airborne consistently with any flare gun or the jetpack, but with his jetpack buffs to increase the switch speed, maybe a mini crit would be better than a full crit, or if you're going to make it crit, just make sure you have an appropriate damage penalty so it's not too strong. Yeah, a 195 damage crit would be really strong for this, so maybe like a 165 is more acceptable. Is there more? I hope there's not more.
Pyro Market Gardener. Fuck it, why not? That's all I gotta say, moving on. The Extinguisher.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong. I just think it needs an appropriate damage penalty in order, like, or is it 156 is what it does? Yeah, just keep the crit at 156. That's fine. I think it's okay.
This item has some serious sauce. I love it. It is a 10.
But make sure, you gotta keep the damage penalty. You can't just give it 195 crits.
10 out of 10 on the sauce scale. I wouldn't change this weapon for a thing, except that's exactly what I'm doing.
Why?
The Extinguisher is great and all, but its damage output can be a bit unreliable.
That's the point.
And it makes securing—
That's the point. It rewards you for taking a little extra time with your flamethrower and then giving you a massive amount of burst damage. Don't change it. Like, the Extinguisher is probably in the best state it's been in after they started nerfing it into oblivion, right? Through all of the reworks, we're finally back into an acceptable state beyond when it just did full crits on someone being on fire, right? Just the way it is now is totally okay.
Unlike classes feel inconsistent. Sometimes you do everything right and perfectly execute a combo just for your victim to be left
You're using the fucking degreaser with it. That's the problem.
with single-digit health. So I'm changing that. I decreased the damage penalty from 33% to 25%, and that's all.
Really? No, it doesn't need a buff. It's fine. Like, that would just make it even stronger than it is now. No, just leave it the way it is.
This small number tweak is all it should take to make the Extinguisher more reliable for
So great, so now you just need a single particle to one-tap somebody.
killing light
just leave it the way it is.
classes.
It's an absolutely unnecessary buff. It's totally fine.
Make it more saucy, because good lord, I love that sauce. Alright, moving on. Sharpened Volcano Fragment.
Yeah, this sucks. What are they gonna do with it?
I mean, it should be fairly obvious why this is widely regarded as one of the worst items in the game. And the ironic part to me is that if this item was on literally any other class, it wouldn't even be that terrible. The ability to light people on fire with your melee sounds neat, if only it wasn't attached to the class that does that with every other item.
Everyone's like begging for bleed. Like, we want to have one. We gotta have one with bleed on hit.
So
the people want it. Will the what deliver?
The Volcano Fragment was an item specifically designed for medieval mode, where you don't have access to your other fire-based weapons. But medieval mode is a niche game mode hardly anyone ever plays, and even then—
Yeah, because Valve shoved it at the bottom of a giant map list, when before it was inside of one of 7 different game modes, and you could click the button and go play, Or you can find a server in the server browser, be it a Valve or a community server, and play De Groot Keep whenever you wanted to. Go watch my new video if you want to know why they did that. Shameless plug.
The volcano fragment is even outclassed in the mode it was designed for by the back scratcher. There is quite literally never a reason to use it. But I guess that's just the unfortunate law of TF2 weapon balance. The cooler a weapon looks, the more it is guaranteed to suck. It's time to carve out a new use case for the sharpened volcano fragment. And here's how I'm gonna do it. Now,
I too miss playing De Groot Keep. Good luck finding a full server that isn't gimmicky or is spoofing their ping. You just can't do that anymore. It sucks.
Now, every time you hit an enemy with the volcano fragment, they will be marked for death for 1.5 seconds. On top,
yeah. So fan of war, but with a flamethrower.
of this, every time you hit an enemy with the volcano fragment, it will also increase your universal switch speed across all weapons.
Yeah, so it's meant to be comboed with mini crits on your flamethrower. That's pretty strong.
By 20% for 1.5 seconds as well. But it can no longer random crit, and I slightly bumped up the damage penalty to 33%. My philosophy for
It's still worse than the extinguisher, and I would just still use the extinguisher because, like, why would you ever do the inverse from flamethrower to melee, then melee to flamethrower? I don't know about that
was
one.
to turn the volcano fragment
It is pretty strong. Like, mini crit flames is pretty brutal.
to the anti-extinguisher. While that item pairs very well with flare guns and serves as a combo finisher, this new volcano fragment would pair well with shotguns and serve as a combo opener.
Like, did he not take into consideration that mini crit flames are really strong?
Imagine this new volcano fragment paired with the degreaser and the panic attack.
I have no idea how to make this weapon better. Like, I would have to sit down and, like, write a full thesis on how to make it fine. Like, sure, it seems meh, but also just, being able to do mini crits with a flamethrower on demand is pretty strong.
Hitting an enemy and executing a high damage.
Like, the good thing about the extinguisher is you have to first set someone on fire, and then you swing once, and then it's gone, right? The mini crit is gone. Then you have to go to the next person, set them on fire, and then get the mini crit, or whatever, and then the damage based on whatever afterburn is left, right? But with this one, you swing once, and they always have the mini crit, and then, unlike with Scout, where you have to, like, aim the hit scan weapon and stay close to an enemy, which is not good for Scout at 125 health, right? Pyro has more health, and then he can swap to either the shotgun or the flamethrower, and it's pretty strong to have that for Pyro, unlike on
combo
Scout. I don't know,
would be
man.
a death sentence for any opponent. Unfortunately for you random crit enjoyers, I removed them from this weapon as compensation because I feel like if they were enabled, it could make this item a bit too strong. Still, I feel like this new volcano fragment could carve out a new fun playstyle for Pyros with a very high skill ceiling and finally be a worthy addition to their kit.
No, we already have that in the extinguisher,
And that
honestly.
should just about cover all of my Pyro changes. Yep, that's all of them. No need to linger on here. Yep, video's over, guys. Claws isn't real was less.
I'm fast forwarding because I'm tired of watching the
Seriously, you use it for shits and giggles.
video. Hot hand sucks. What'd you do to it?
Again. The fish. You're not supposed to take it that seriously. You use it for shits and giggles.
So then, why did you have that philosophy, you use it for shits and giggles, and then you fuck over weapons like the third degree? Why?
But a weapon like the fish is so bad it's good. The hot hand is just bad. Something's gotta change. We gotta make the hot hand funny again. Let me think of how to buff it.
It is funny.
The weapon is your hand. What do hands have? Yes, fingers. What do fingers have attached to them? Rings. No. Too obvious. Fingers have nails. And nails are sharp. And what do sharp things do? Fuck. It's genius. They make you
That's a good place to stop. I don't want to watch the video anymore. At least Grouch's was more fun, right? Like, at least Grouch's took some risk, right? Grouch's videos took some risk. He went out there on a limb, posed some really crazy shit, and that's what made the video fun. This one was just kind of depressing. A lot of the changes posed in this were either completely unnecessary or just really bad. The only one that was good was for the jetpack and the flog. Like, those were acceptable. Like, those are like the only two really good ones, but like the rest were just ugh. Yeah, and this makes me want to make my own balance change video, and I definitely will in the near future. I gotta make my follow-up to my main video first, and then I'll probably do one about balance changes. So then they can go watch it on their streams and rage equally as hard as we did today. They have the ability to do that too, and I grant them the privilege to do so whenever I make mine. So go crazy. Anyways, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I have to stop because I'm fucking tired. I'm burnt out. That's long enough for me. So, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for chilling out. We had a good time. Good time. And I appreciate all of the donations. I appreciate you guys hanging out. You guys are awesome. If you haven't watched my new video yet, go check that out. If you want notifications for when I go live, join the Discord linked in the description below. You don't talk in there, but you get notifications for when I go live and when I upload videos. Beyond that, take care. Good morning and good evening and good night.